Hello everybody, how we doing? Where's our thumbnail? Where's our goddamn thumbnail? Oh my god, it's just... I don't even know what we're streaming tonight. What are we streaming tonight? I set the stream up so long ago that I don't even remember what it was. Interesting experiment, huh? How about that? A pre-informed stream from True Crime Metrix. Soap, we don't want to see your pretty face. Not right now, anyway. Well, what about maybe yes? Hello. Hello. Just while I'm looking for the thumbnail. Have your moment. Have your moment in the sun. Ooh, look at her. Like Rose Kennedy. With all her money. All right, thumbnail. Serious business now. Serious business. We were sleeping. Oh, it was so good to be sleeping. We sleep so rarely. Ah, there it is. Look at it. Ooh, fancy. How do you get those colors so bold and paramount? Why do you have the best true crime thumbnails on YouTube, True Crime Metrix? How do you do it? I don't know. They come to me. Yeah, so we are looking at, by special request of our favorite supporter in Oregon, Mr. Pinto Peabody. Welcome, Mr. Pinto. So we are going to be looking at a video of Donna Adelson's May 30th hearing, which saw Mr. Zellman and Miss Fulford give their reasons why they want Judge Everett to continue and postpone the trial, pushing it back and giving them enough time to go through new evidence materials, 80,000 emails, as well as other stuff, which had I have been aware of in the prediction phase, we might be in a very different place today. Yeah. So I just need to find that video and then we can play it, right? I mean, that's what sharing a video is all about. We can share it, we can pause it, we can comment on it, and we can watch it together with you, the audience. Welcome, audience. Now, where did I put it? In documents. Good. Here it is. Okay, we'll just say hello, Golfer Girl, hello, Pinto, hello, Miss Lisa AZ, Acapella, Funny Man, Jane, welcome, 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 Dog Named Boo, Teresa
Fucking
Dorsey.
A, bro, I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
Thank you so much, Pinto, for the 11 cups of coffee. Welcome and thank you, Pinto. I am waking up, folks, I am waking up, you know. I had an alarm set and everything. I made sure my phone was not on silent and I grabbed a couple of hours, well, 90 minutes. So we'll be good. We've got a huge pint of iced coffee. You know what we've got now in the Metrix studio? Get this. Well, it has different names. Some people call it a French press. Some people call it a cafetiere. Some people call it a coffee press. I've heard some idiots call it a coffee plunger. A coffee plunger? The same thing that you use to unblock the toilet? Do I need to point out why that's a terrible name for anything that you're going to put in your mouth? Anyway, welcome everybody. Just say welcome everybody. Pearl, how you doing? Okay, back to the video. We've got it right here, and we are, just check the audio. Good. So it's only a 30-minute video, remember, folks, 33, I think. So we'll have to see what we do after, but let's start going through that right now.
Good afternoon, everyone can be seated. Good afternoon. Let's turn on Zoom.
Looking good, Judge Everett. You know, I just love these moments that we're gifted with, where we just get a few silent seconds to observe the judge. Look at him just logging into Zoom. You know, I'd pay good money to watch this man log in and out to Zoom all day. All day.
Ready, come on. No, man, we should just be able to sit down and then y'all get started to talk to them. If they cannot hear you, or you cannot hear them, let me and Miss Carson.
Mrs. Adelson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Let's do a mic check so you can hear everything happening in the room. Mr. Zellman?
Joshua Zellman on behalf of Mrs. Adelson.
Jackie Fulford on behalf of Mrs. Adelson.
Judge Everett's got it sorted. What a professional. Mic check. We should do a mic check. How's the microphone, guys? How's my microphone? How's Mike's microphone? And how is Judge Everett's microphone?
Catherine Dugan on behalf of the state.
All right, for everyone who has joined the Zoom this afternoon, there is not to be any recording of the Zoom. The pool camera is the only designated camera that is going to be recording the proceedings today. We're here this afternoon on the defendant's expedited motion to continue the trial. The state has filed a response to this as well, and the defendant has filed a reply. In addition, the defendant has also filed a motion to compel. Mr. Zellman, you may argue your motion.
Your Honor, before we do that, I believe that the email from your office also indicated that you wanted to address the scope of the ceiling. That will be...
We'll get to that at the end, but unless you believe we need to do it right now.
Given the nature of the materials and the basis for the, in part, the basis for the continuance as well as the motion to compel, we would request that it be addressed at the beginning of the hearing.
Very well. Concerning the...
Is it just me, or has Mr. Zellman always got some kind of, you know, yeah, we know that proceedings usually flow, but we would respectfully request to change the way we do things. I mean, every time, right? Gets a little bit old.
Scope of the ceiling, when this matter was first presented to me, when we had the phone conference on April 8th, as it related to matters pertaining to the warrants and any affidavits and any support for those as to the investigation that recently concluded, I am in agreement with you, those matters would be confidential. However, every filing that may even reference those materials, sealing those filings starts to become a question of whether things are exceeding the scope of confidentiality that's allowed by the rule of general administration. Mr. Zellman, why should all of these matters remain sealed without redaction or other means that could be made to otherwise deal with the portions that are confidential?
Thank you, Newly Jen, who says the audio is spot on tonight. We appreciate your confirming that, Newly Jen.
Jackie Fulford on behalf of Mrs. Adelson. Our position is that the information that's contained in the items that Your Honor is referring to would need to be referred to also in the arguing of these motions, and we're here in open court, and I'm not sure how we protect the sealing of those documents when we're going to have to argue the very materials that serve the basis of why we're here, asking for a continuance and a motion to compel.
Is anyone actually getting into the warrants or the affidavits themselves with what you plan to argue?
Yes, Judge, and the materials from the investigation.
You have those to actually bring up as a part of your argument today?
Yes, Judge.
Not generally, not just referencing them, but the actual materials from the warrants and the affidavits.
Well, there need to be statements put on the record on behalf of Mrs. Adelson regarding what was claimed to have happened in the investigation that has since proven to be false, that has not been retracted by the state. And in making those arguments is part of the basis for why we need a continuance and why we're asking for the relief in the motion to compel, as well as additional depositions. And
To that end, Ms. Dugan, is the state planning to file any superseding indictment or any additional charges based on the investigation that is now concluded, or at least is alleged to have concluded?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
With that being said, if the defense is seeking to file any motions related to these matters, they are not related to pending counts. However, you can pursue them as you believe them to be appropriate. As to the warrants and the applications, does the state have a position as to whether they should remain sealed or any documents referencing them should remain?
You know, just on a finer point, we all know that Judge Everett didn't get the job with the appellate court. Thank God. Thank God he remains. But, you know, if the whole judge thing doesn't work out in general, this guy could do anything with that voice. Just think about it. Commercials, even, you know, those phone-in services where it's like, to get back to a main menu, press 9. I mean, if that was done in Judge Everett's voice, no one would be agitated waiting on those calls being sent around and round and around a digital menu. You know, no one would care because we'd have the voice.
And sealed without redaction.
No, sir. We would defer to the court. And some of the discovery the defense has moved to compel is sealed, or a lot of it is. And I actually brought a motion to unseal the documents and recordings related to that today so that those can be provided to the defense. But maybe for the limited purpose of discovery, but whatever the court prefers, we don't have a position.
Mr. Zalman, Ms. Fulford, any additional argument?
No, Your Honor.
With there not being additional charges to be filed by the state concerning these matters, the court is going to unseal at this point the filings that have been previously filed under seal as it relates to the motion for continuance of the state's response, and also the reply as well. Any other matters that need to be reviewed by the court or to be unsealed from here, the parties need to appropriately raise.
May we have just a moment, please?
Go ahead.
Your Honor, if I could just ask for clarification, are you indicating that you're unsealing the pleadings but not the actual underlying applications, affidavits, and warrants, or you're unsealing
Not the
everything?
warrants, not the affidavits, not the applications, but the pleadings that reference those matters, yes.
Just one moment, please.
That's such a cool lawyer move that I've always wanted to do with your hand on the mute button on the desk mic and then leaning across and while the other guy's got his finger in his ear. I love it.
Your Honor, would you give the defense an opportunity to propose redactions to the pleadings, given that they relate directly to those underlying materials and in fact, in some points, quote them?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Again, as to redacting those matters that would remain sealed, that is certainly appropriate under the rule of general administration. As to each doc or each docket entry or each document itself.
Mr. Pinto says, I truly feel Donna is pissed even more now because she would have missed all of this dump. Hang on, I think there's a typo and I'm trying to, I truly feel Miss Donna is pissed even more so now because she would have missed all of this dump had she gone to the first trial. Which trial was that? Her first trial. Her first opportunity for a trial. Oh, I'm trying to remember what happened there. Remind us.
Remaining sealed just by incorporating by reference those matters. I believe that's getting a little bit further than what the rule requires.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Zeldin, you may make your argument at this point.
Your Honor, the expedited motion to continue that was filed on April 21st, I try to make my arguments as clear as possible in the written pleadings. What has come out
Hey, Neverly, good to see you.
about 3 weeks ago is the state conducted this additional investigation into allegations. As part of that, they obtained additional records. We also learned approximately 2 weeks ago during Investigator Newland's deposition that the state had not given us materials that had been given to prior counsel. So we've been asked to trust without the ability to verify. And in fact, months ago, I asked the state for a list of the materials, everything that they had, everything that Corbett had, so that we knew if we had received everything. And they did not provide that to us. So now we have received, from the materials we received over the last few weeks, it appears to be over 100,000 emails. We have purchased 3 pieces of software in addition to the software that we used previously, trying to...
Is this to sort through or sift the emails?
Some of it's to open it, some of it's to sort through. Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
None of them are very effective at doing that. So we've actually engaged a e-discovery platform to assist us, but that hasn't even been set up yet. That was a decision that we made last night after trying the additional piece of software yesterday.
Nothing like going through a bunch of software, huh? You know. It's always good to understand software before you purchase it, right? Hey, it's good for the software people. They're selling all these programs. Yeah, we can help you sort through the emails. Sign up. Oh, shit.
We also learned approximately 2 weeks ago during Investigator Newland's deposition that the state had not given us materials that had been given to prior counsel. So we've been asked to trust without the ability to verify. And in fact, months ago, I asked the state for a...
To trust without the ability to verify is not to trust, right? I mean, that would just be checking. We want to trust and we want to verify. I think those two things are mutually exclusive, right? If you trust, you don't need to verify. And if you can't verify, you do not trust.
List of the materials, everything that they had, everything that Corbett had, so that we knew if we had received everything. And they did not provide that to us. So now we have received, from the materials we received over the last few weeks, it appears to be over 100,000 emails. We have purchased 3 pieces of software in addition to the software that we used previously, trying to...
Is this to sort through or sift the emails?
Some of it's to open it, some of it's to sort through. Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
None of them are very effective at doing that. So we've actually engaged a e-discovery platform to assist us, but that hasn't even been set up yet. That was a decision that we made last night after trying the additional piece of software yesterday. In addition to that, we have new cell bright extractions from Mrs. Adelson's phone. I understand in the state's response to the motion to continue that they don't intend to use any of that, but that doesn't mean.
Okay, so we've got 100,000 emails. We should be writing this down, right? 100,000 emails, not 80, 100,000. He's got 3 pieces of software that are all shit, and now he's got the new e-discovery platform. Well, doesn't that sound like it works? 100,000 emails, and then what was it? He's got also the new Cellbrite. What did he say?
Additional piece of software yesterday. In addition to that, we have new Cellbrite extractions from Mrs. Adelson's.
Extractions. Well, that could be anything. Could be fucking Harvey Adelson dick pics for all we know, right?
Phone. I understand in the state's response to the motion to continue that they don't intend to use any of that, but that doesn't mean that there's not something in there that we want to use.
And I did want
Well, hopefully not.
clarification on that point. As to the discovery provided to prior counsel, Ms. Dugan, the response of the state is that on October 31st and November 8th, the raw data from the defendant's phone and email accounts were provided. Is that correct? Is that what your response is getting to?
Is this concerning, can you tell me what
Just the
you were-
raw data from the defendant's phone and email accounts?
Yes, sir. Those have all been previously provided. I thought he was talking about the 100,
We're going to get to the filter team documents. The best way to do this is to take it into bite-sized pieces so it's clear what is being argued, what is not.
Judge Everett, you take everything in bite-sized pieces, whether it's Skittles or Snickers bars. Don't say bite-sized pieces. Or, if it's a red velvet cake, I guess it's less bite-sized pieces and more huge, decisive chunks.
Yes, sir. So it's my understanding that all of Mrs. Adelson's phone records were previously provided in November 2024. There were certain phone records, I believe it was 7 pages of phone records that were actually, this is going to be paragraph 7 of the defense's reply to the response. These are phone records that Donna Adelson's prior defense counsel had an issue with us not having. So these were subpoenaed. TPD received them in October of 2024. The state attorney's office didn't know TPD had received them. TPD didn't know that we didn't have them, and so that's why they weren't disclosed. But ultimately, they have now been sent to the defense.
And TPD didn't know that we knew that the defense wanted us to not see what they hadn't sent. So, that's clear.
Another term you start to hear sort of thrown around a little bit more by
Ultimately, though.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Who was that? Someone on Zoom?
I'm told it's 7 pages of records. So those were the 7 pages.
7 pages. Judge, we're going to need another month to go through that. We've got a bit of software. It's going to help us get through the 7 pages, but 30 days, you've got to give it to us, Judge.
Is that they did not have, that weren't disclosed to them last fall. That's my understanding. And we would object to a continuance based on those pages.
All right, as to any additional raw data from either your client's phone or email accounts, are these not in your possession at this point?
We have them, but that's the materials that we've been struggling to try to get through.
And again, this was disclosed back in October and November, or when did you receive it?
We did not receive those materials, Your Honor, until it was after, if Your Honor recalls, during the expedited hearing that we had a couple of weeks ago by telephone with the state and defense on the phone. Those were the records that we were addressing then, and I believe that we got those April 10th, 2025. And that's, the state actually acknowledges that in their response.
Well, Mr. Zellman, you're not going to make your argument for you, but ultimately you believe you need to review these to be prepared for trial itself.
Yes, and those aren't the only issues that have arisen over the last few weeks. The motion details the additional issues, but needless to say, we have spent the last 3 weeks trying to collect this material, some of which we still don't have.
You're referring to the recent investigation?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And even if the state isn't going to use the information, we still need to know the extent to which they violated, they intercepted and monitored attorney-client communications and communications that are protected by the fiduciary client privilege. We don't have all of that information yet, and they have not responded. As I indicated in my reply yesterday, the state hasn't responded to those emails requesting that information.
Ms. Dugan,
Yes, sir.
concerning the aspect of the recent investigation, which materials are yet to be provided and why?
Yes, sir. May I also address the 100,000 emails?
Go ahead.
Okay. So those 100,000 emails are redacted privileged communications that the defense recently received that occurred between the Adelsons and prior counsel. This communication was redacted by a taint team. It's never been seen by the prosecution.
The filter team documents you're
Yes, sir,
referring
thank you,
to.
filter team. It's never been seen by the prosecution. It's obviously privileged. We obviously do not intend to use it in our case, having never seen it. And I also can't imagine a scenario where the defense would be using it in their case. I would feel like all of that information would be hearsay and self-serving hearsay. So the state is objecting to a continuance based on their needing to review all of the privileged communications with prior counsel.
When were the filter team documents provided?
They were provided on April 10th during, one second, I want to double check. During Jason Newland's deposition by this defense team, somehow some question was asked where he referred to the filter team that the court referenced, and this defense team was not aware that the filter team had gone through all of those emails and kept all of the privileged emails from the prosecution team.
Who is in the witness box? She's into this. You know, she's hanging on every word, but who the hell is she? Welcome, Riding Shotgun, and welcome, Offren 17.
And provided them to former defense counsel. So those were then provided to this defense team.
Very well.
And Your Honor, I could address that very briefly. Judge, advice of counsel is something that would be relevant. It goes to Mrs. Adelson's state of mind. And if there are any emails in the records that we received 2 weeks ago that would rise to that level, then it would absolutely be relevant and admissible if it goes to her state of mind concerning, for example, her leaving the country.
Well, I was going to say, particularly as to that issue, what advice she received and what she relied.
Okay, so there's a hint at leaving the country there, right? I mean, you know, 100,000 emails. Clearly, most of those are junk, right? All right, you've got your software, your 3 bits of software to help you sift through and whatever. I mean, I suppose everything must be looked at. You can decide if something's legitimate junk pretty quick. But leaving the country. Everyone wants to know what the new evidence is about, right? Has it got anything on Wendy? I doubt it. She's very careful. You know, she's very, very careful.
Upon in making that decision, that would be up to the finder of fact to determine, was she relying on the advice of counsel, or was she in fact trying to flee? The emails, though, and your client does not have to testify, but ultimately this would go to how would the emails themselves be admitted versus her giving her recollection or recitation of those?
That still doesn't mean that the emails themselves would not be admissible, Your Honor.
And you know, the fact that the state claims that Donna was trying to flee, right, to Vietnam, and that is an indicator of her consciousness of guilt, I find it interesting because you can be innocent and still flee, right? If you believe that the state are going to arrest you, if you believe that the state believes that you did the murder, but you actually didn't, I'm sure people have fled in that situation, you know?
Let's put a pin in that. That'll
Yes,
be
sir.
subject to any argument in the future
Yes,
as
sir.
to how the emails themselves could be admissible. But if your client chooses to take the stand during the trial and waives any prior privilege with Mr. Rashbaum or anyone else concerning advice that she received on leaving the country, that is certainly up to her.
Yes, sir.
Back to the recent investigation, discovery, Ms. Dugan, the items that have not been provided, I believe some of these pertain to the parameters in the Title III that were supposed to operate as safeguards. Is there a reason this has not been provided to the defense?
So, looking at the reply and the motion to compel, all of the things that they are requesting here as far as the minimization instructions, all the logs, all of those things, I feel, once the order to unseal has been signed, those can all be disclosed. The only thing that I saw that would be additional that they are asking for is surveillance video, which is surveillance video from the jail, which I've been told has already been disclosed to the defense. They also asked for the financial records that are mentioned in the application. I was told that we subpoenaed Harvey Adelson's Zelle account. I found that those Zelle records and had it sent to the defense this afternoon. So once those items are unsealed and they can be disclosed to the defense, that should be all of the discovery that pertains to the wire.
Please provide the order. Has the defense been able to take a look at it?
No, sir. Let me show them what I have, and if I need to change anything, I'll be happy to. May I approach?
You may.
Your Honor, there was one issue that Ms. Dugan and I addressed concerning the motion and order, and it has to do with the discrepancy with Investigator Newland's memorandum, the 17-page memorandum. The memorandum that he authored indicated that the wire went down February 24th. Ms. Dugan is telling me that the wire actually went down on February 21st. So if we can just make sure that that's accurate.
Yes, this is one of the paragraphs in the defense's reply. That was just a mistake on a memo. The wire came down on the 21st. I believe the significance of the 24th was that was when the order was signed, and I think Mr. Newland's memo said the 24th, but it is the 21st, which is reflected in the order the court's looking at now.
All right. Court will sign the order at this time. I believe that deals with your motion to compel, Mr. Zellman.
May I address one more thing about the issue we were just talking about? There is obviously this new discovery from this lead that the state was alerted to last fall. We conducted this investigation and followed that investigation to its conclusion. That obviously has resulted in some new discovery in these wire calls, but I did want to let the court know, though there are a large number of calls that the defense, of course, wants to review, there are only, I was told, about 30-something calls deemed pertinent by law enforcement, and the state likely plans to only use maybe 1 or 2 at trial, and believes that the 2 months the defense had from the time it was discovered to the time of trial in June should be sufficient to prepare for that portion of the trial.
Do any of the calls that you intend to use from this recent investigation go to privileged matters or encapsulate calls with counsel?
Thank you. I wanted to address that. There are no calls that were recorded between the defendant, Donna Adelson, and attorneys in this case. I specifically asked the investigator about that before the hearing.
Mr. Zellman, you may continue with your argument.
So about 30 calls that law enforcement deemed pertinent to the situation, meaning that the other calls are nothing to do with anything, and that the state only intends to bring 1 or 2 into trial. So 30 pertinent calls.
Your Honor, the state has also not responded to our request to let us know if they've also been monitoring our attorney-client conferences at the Leon County Detention Center.
That's a no.
Oh, this guy's like, the state has also not got back to us about blah 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 blah. That's a no. So we just gave you a response. So next.
And
I mean, I thought when they met the inmate at the detention center, they go into a private room, don't they? The guard brings Donna into a private room, no camera, no audio recording, and the guard waits outside where he can't hear. Isn't that how it's done?
although the state believes that we're going to have enough time, I calculated this, there are over...
I mean, I suppose there are, they call her as well while she's in jail. We know that.
32 hours of calls that were captured on that wire. And given the amount of materials that we have just been handed, we have not had an opportunity to review even 2 hours of those calls up to this point. Your Honor, just because the state believes that there's going to be enough time for us to prepare, and it's not 2 months, it's more like 6 weeks. There's not enough time for us to obtain,
It's not 2 months, it's more like 7 weeks and 5 days.
To analyze this new information, synthesize it, prepare appropriate motions. We've spent the last 3 weeks dealing with this.
Synthesize it is one of those verbs that makes anything sound complicated, right? Do you realize how long it's going to take for us to synthesize this evidence? What does that mean? You mean read?
As opposed to finalizing the motions in limine.
That is an important point you bring up. Essentially, between what has been recently investigated and what the charges have been of murder, solicitation, and conspiracy from the time your client is charged.
Amy says, I can't get enough of Charlie's crass recently. His answers to George's questions are so hilarious. Should we do a bit of Charlie's crass after this? We've only got another 8 minutes of this hearing to go. What about Charlie's crass? Should we do Charlie's crass?
There are essentially two different pots, if you will. For the motions that the deadline was today as to the murder solicitation, and also the last count as well, are those motions completed?
No, Your Honor, we've only had an opportunity to finish 2 additional motions that have not yet been filed, and I have not had an opportunity, because we had to adjourn Investigator Newland's deposition, to finish the Frank's motion.
Right? So you are in fact asking for an extension on the deadline to file your motions.
We're going to need one in addition to the continuance, yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Dugan?
An extension and a continuance. What else can we have? We want an extension, a continuance, a delay, a postponement.
If the court wants to give an extended motion deadline, we don't have any objection to that. We do object to a continuance of the trial and remain ready for trial.
What is the defense? Well, before I come back to you, Mr. Zellman, what is the prejudice that the state would suffer if the trial is continued, Ms. Dugan?
We would not
Beyond just a mere objection?
We would not suffer prejudice, Judge. We're just ready for trial if it goes as continued.
Mr. Zellman?
Why didn't she claim that there would be a prejudice? I mean, I think Georgia might have claimed a prejudice, right? I mean, surely it helps the state's argument to have to put a claim that they would suffer a prejudice should a continuance be granted.
What would you be proposing as a date? And you also have to keep in mind there's only so many points in the year a trial that could take either 3 weeks or more can be scheduled. And I assume you've discussed with your client if your relief is granted.
We have.
What that means.
We have, Your Honor, and frankly, without getting through all of this new material, it's hard for us to pinpoint exactly when. I mean, we're not going to sit around on our hands and do nothing. We have been diligently preparing, and we're going to continue to.
We're not going to sit around on our hands and do nothing. Well, you know, I should fucking hope not. What a thing to say. If I were the judge listening to Mr. Zellman, I would be frustrated a lot of the time. You know, you really have to drag answers out of him, right? And he always does this with like, how long do you need? Well, frankly, Your Honor, to say how long I need to read. And if I don't have time to read, I don't know what information to feed you. It's just like, okay, well, just say that then. All of these grand, respectfully, Your Honor, it's like, okay, just get to the point, man. Lay it out for me. We don't need all this like nicety stuff. I mean, it's really overdone, I find.
Diligently prepare.
You know, Sarah Dugan is respectful, 100%. May I approach, Your Honor? But, you know, it just gets to the point.
Likely 2 to 3 months would be, I think, realistic. But again, until we get through all these new materials, it's going to be hard for me to say.
Right, concerning the motion deadline, which was supposed to be today, I will set a new deadline, particularly as to the counts that have already been a part of the indictment and have been charged all along. the murder, the conspiracy, the solicitation. The deadline for filing any motions relating to the existing charges will be May 16th. The motion hearing that was scheduled to take place on that day, we will reschedule at a later point. Court is going to reserve ruling as to whether the motion for continuance will be granted. The parties are to confer about any redactions that you believe would be appropriate to the filings for the expedited motion for continuance, the state's response, and also the defendant's reply, and the motion to compel discovery. Any other matters that we need to address before we finish up for today?
Your Honor, with respect to the motion to compel, the state has also not provided the disclosures that's required by Rule 3.2201BM concerning the jailhouse informants. We've also moved to compel that material as well.
Give me a moment, I'm just going to bring up the rule.
The jailhouse informants. Oh, I wonder how they're getting on, huh? Has Harvey taken good care of them?
You
know, he's got that prescription pad, right? I mean, he can still fill that out, yeah?
So this is 1M, which subsection?
1BM.
1BM. Student response.
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm having trouble getting on the Wi-Fi. Is there,
This is in the discovery rule under the prosecutor's discovery obligation. And I will quote from it.
thank you.
Whether the state has any material or information that has been provided by an informant witness, including the substance of any statement allegedly made by the defendant about which the informant witness may testify, a summary of the criminal history record of the informant witness, the time and place under which the defendant's alleged statement was made, whether the informant witness has received or expects to receive anything in exchange for his or her testimony, the informant witness's prior history of cooperation in return for any benefit is known to the prosecutor.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. I'm familiar with that rule, but just didn't know all of the different things I needed to show there. Some of that has already been provided through the recordings. However, as far as her history, any benefit, all of those things, we'll disclose that to the defense as soon as possible.
Please disclose it by Friday of this week by 5 p.m.
Yes, sir. And may I also ask about today is the discovery deadline, which the state is prepared to obviously comply with. As far as though now the order on the continuance maybe being later in the week, would it be okay if we had a discovery deadline of 24 hours from the order, or would you rather keep it for today?
Concerning, again, the charges that have always been in place, the murder, the solicitation, and the conspiracy, is either party seeking more discovery on those charges that has not already been addressed up to this point?
Judge, the issue with complying with today's deadline is we have spent the last 3 weeks dealing with these other issues. We have
Not the motions. I'm saying, are you seeking additional discovery on the indictment charges?
We are not going to be able to meet the deadline to provide the state with our discovery because we have been focused for the last 3 weeks on other issues.
Ms. Dugan?
The state can comply with the discovery today. I just didn't know if given the possibility of the case being continued later this week, if it were possible to have 24 more hours after that order came out. But if it needs to be today, the state can comply with that, and the state would hope that the defense can comply to or get discovery as quickly as possible to us.
Once a ruling has been made on the continuance of the trial, the court will also address any deadline for discovery as well. For now, please operate as if the deadline remains in place. Wait for the order.
And Judge, I just want to make it very clear, there's no way we're going to be able to get it done, even if we were to work straight through till midnight.
Again, Mr. Zellman, as to that, what can be filed, please do.
Yes, sir.
I will let you know once we have.
What do you mean, even if you work straight through till midnight? I mean, I work straight through until midnight in any job. I mean, that's not even that late.
A motion, or excuse me, once the order is on the motion to continue, whether the deadline for everything else related to today's deadline applies as well.
Yes, sir.
We are in recess. For everyone on the Zoom, that is the end of the hearing today.
All right, so what did we get from that? We got that there's some new evidence, 100,000 emails. Most of them are useless, but they need to go through them with their 3 bits of software and their, what was it? E-filing something or other. And new Cellbrite extractions, which may or may not be Harvey Adelson dick pics, and what law enforcement called 30 pertinent calls. I don't think I missed anything else. I mean, from this hearing alone, I didn't hear any indicators of what that evidence might be. I mean, the defense said something about Donna's state of mind as it went to her leaving the country, but that seemed to be referencing calls with her attorney. You know, I know that there's some talk around town about, could there be evidence against Wendy? Well, is there anything to suggest that at all at this stage? We do have the ruling here. Let's have a look at that. Where is it? Desktop. So, what do we have? Amended order setting court proceedings date and proceedings. 1. On Wednesday, April 30th, 2025, this court held a hearing on the defendant's expedited motion to continue trial. Based on continuance of the June 3rd, 25 trial date, the court sets the following proceedings dates and procedures. A. Discovery deadline. The court expects that all discovery, including depositions, retention of experts, and disclosure of witnesses or materials, in compliance with Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.220, will be complete by both parties on or before Friday, May 30th, 2025. The court recognizes the continuing duty to disclose, particularly if records custodians change. Leave of court may be sought if necessary related to the state's recently completed investigation. B. Pre-trial motion filing deadline. All pre-trial motions must be filed on or before May 30th. The court expects that both parties will promptly file all... Where were we? The court expects that both parties will promptly file all motions that were previously due on April 30th and confer on matters that do not require hearings. Any pending motions in limine will be set for hearing promptly, but at the latest in June 2025. Parties must provide the court with courtesy copy of all filed pre-trial motions at the time of filing. Okay. Witness list. C. Witness list, exhibit list, and demonstrative exhibits. The state and defense must provide the final witness list, final exhibit list, and final list of demonstrative exhibits to opposing counsel with courtesy copy to the court on or before Friday, May 30th. And then what is this bit here? I won't put it on screen, it's just a little bit. D. Case management hearing. Tuesday, June 11th, 2025 at 2:30 p.m. Hearing will be held at the Leon County Courthouse, courtroom 3B, unless otherwise notified. Done and ordered in Leon County, Florida on Friday, May 2nd, 2025. Okay. So everything, in terms of evidence, will be in by the end of the month, and the motions in limine will be set at the latest for sometime in June. That is pretty much it from that document. And of course, trial is now set for August 19th, which may well give me just enough time to get over there. What a godsend that was. There's no way I would have made it by June. So thank God the postponement came. Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I mean, there's not really much to discuss. You know, there it is. We saw it. Judge Everett said his stuff. Defense got their continuance, and the state is going to be providing everything that they will present at trial by the end of this month, by May 30th. So, does anyone think it's going to get continued again? Or what? I mean, you know, she's going to die in the detention center at this point. I mean, her birthday is February 5th, right? So, say it's a 2-week trial. So, say it happens at the 19th of August. And it'll run until, say, September 4th? 3rd? Then the jury will deliberate. And let's just say she's found guilty, which looks likely. There would be what do you call it? A pre-sentencing investigation. Those usually take a month? I think they usually get a month for those, right? So that'll take us to the beginning of October, where she will be sentenced. And then they go to like a boot camp, right, where they explain prison life, and that they've got to make their bed with a 3-inch collar and all that sort of stuff, right? So my point is that, you know, it will be, say, November, By the time she gets to prison, she's going to be also almost 76 years old. You know, so I guess she's not going to last long. Funny, isn't it? Because at some point, whether it's in 5 years, 2 years, I really don't think it's going to be 10 years. Let's be ultimately generous and give her 4 years to live, right? She'll be pushing 80 years old and have been in the correctional facility system for, at that point, almost 6-7 years, right? But at some point, all of us here are going to hear that she died. That's going to be interesting. And I guess that'll happen for everybody sooner or later. I wonder how protective custody is going for Charlie Adelson. Speaking of Charlie Adelson, should we do a little bit of his cross? Amy's been loving his cross recently, so, and it is great. I mean, it never gets old for me. I love it. So unless anyone's got an objection or another suggestion that I like even better, I think we're going to go and find Charlie Adelson's cross. Yeah. Uh-oh. It's okay, guys. We're not going anywhere. Yeah. How are we doing in comments? Maybe we should go through some comments. Let's have a look. Scott, how you doing, buddy? Okay, Charlie's cross. Yeah, we know you want it, Amy. The defense is a baby. He looks a bit like a baby, doesn't he? And I know what you mean. Like, the way he complains is like he's complaining to his school friend's mom because she hasn't cut the crusts off the PBJ. You know, he's gone over for lunch for play date dinner, and his best friend's mom has not cut the crusts off the PBJ, and he's like, "Well, my mom always cuts the crusts off the PBJ," and that's how he complains to Judge Everett. Judge Everett doesn't give a fuck if the crusts are on or not. He just hears PBJ and says, "Yes, please. Put some Skittles in it." Pinto, I didn't set my alarm for 3. I set it for 1:30 a.m. And I got up. I need to get a better alarm. I think I might change my alarm to this.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Many thanks for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Pinto as well. That's much appreciated. And thanks for the likes, everybody. Click like on the video. That helps support the channel a great deal, guys. Thank you so much. Then arrest the mastermind, Wendy. Yeah. And I know everyone's just trying to, just hoping that some evidence comes out. I don't think they need any additional evidence. Well, why haven't they arrested her? Well, I think Georgia, it just is taking every opportunity to get as many, as much time with Wendy on the stand, believing that she's free. But after Donna's conviction, there'll be no need for that. There'll be no further opportunity for Georgia to have this heart-to-heart. I say that she'll be arrested directly after Donna's trial. There will be no more sense in waiting. Harvey, I don't think they're going to bother with him. Could it actually weaken the state's case against Wendy? Say if they went and arrested Wendy and Harvey and tried them as a dual defendant, co-defendants, could that actually weaken the state's case against Wendy? In terms of retribution, Harvey spending the last year of his life locked up, means basically nothing when you compare it to the 30 years that Wendy could spend behind bars before she dies. That is a larger debt repayment to society and to the Markells, right? If you could have one, it's going to be Wendy. What else have we got here in the comments? Yep, the great link to buymeacoffee.com. If anyone wants to support the channel, and you know the drill, guys, you can add a super chat, super like, super thanks, super sticker, coffees, Patreon links in the description, merchandise links in the description. By the way, we've been looking into the new platform for the merchandise, Bonfire. I think it's going to be a hit. I'm going to be putting some stuff up on there tomorrow, so look forward to tomorrow's show where we are going to show the new Metrix merch store. So don't even bother clicking on the link in the description, guys. Don't give those guys any more business. They're withholding funds from me for no fucking reason. It's like they're in liquidation. Teespring. No one use it. And I may make a special video, talking about them and how much I hate them and how much they're shit. I really want to burn down their building, with all of their support staff still inside and all of the decision makers still inside. Oh. Okay. So I think we're doing Charlie's Cross, right? Let's go and get the video.
Is it doctor?
It is, yes.
All right, doctor. Have you ever heard the saying that the simplest explanation is always the most likely? Have you heard that?
I've heard that theory before, yeah.
Was your explanation to the jury over the last little over a day the simplest explanation?
It was the truth.
You have a thorough explanation. Would you agree with that?
I told you what happened.
Do you agree that the only problem with having an explanation for everything is that there's just so many explanations?
There's no explanation. I explained what happened.
I want to go through some of that. You claim that you were extorted.
Gotta love you, Charlie. There's no explanation. I explained what happened.
On July 18th, 2014 by Catherine Magbanua, and also in the background some Latin Kings, probably Garcia and Rivera, right? Is that accurate?
No, I wasn't extorted by Catherine Magbanua.
You weren't? Okay,
That's not what I believed in 2014.
Okay, I'm sorry, I understood you to say you believe that today.
Today I do, yes.
All right, so who extorted you?
I believe that it was Catherine Magbanua's friend that she ran her mouth to.
Okay,
And that's
at the
2014.
Right, but as you sit here today, you think it's Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Okay. Who extorted you?
As I sit here today, I believe that...
As I sit here today, I love George's impatience. She's just like, yes, we know. You wanna do this thing where you differentiate between. Yeah, as I sit here today. No. You're taking what we know in 2023 and trying to say that we knew that in. It is annoying, isn't it? But Teresa's got an interesting point here, who says, I think something will happen. Wendy will be sick and not able to show up for Mama's trial because she's scared. Interesting. Well, as you all know, I don't believe she's scared at all. Not scared, prepared. Prepared. She loves this. But I do think it's interesting what you say about her not showing up at all for Donna's trial. But I think she will. But time will tell. Certainly not got any loyalty to her mother. Her mother's dead to her. She's moved on.
It was Catherine Magbanua, and I believe Sigfredo Garcia, but I don't know for sure. I was never there when she was ever talking to him, so I don't know if he was in on it with her or not.
All right. At the time, though, you did not think she was guilty. You got that right. The time of the extortion.
In 2014?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then so exactly when you found out would be, I think you said, her trial.
That I suspected that she was not telling me the truth and she was a part of it was in 2019.
At her trial?
Yes.
All right. And so she was arrested in 20...
Acapella says, I watched that 10-hour video on Wendy recently, all about Wendy Adelson. So much Wendy. Which video is that? Acapella. Can you let us know? Because I'm not sure I know which one you're talking about.
16, right?
Yes.
All right. So for 3 years, she was in the Leon County Jail, awaiting trial, yes?
She was there.
And you believed she was innocent.
Yes.
And you had this whole explanation to assist with exonerating her, right?
I have the truth of what happened, yes.
But you didn't offer the truth of what happened, did you?
Nobody came to me. I thought the truth would come out.
Does someone have to come to you?
I was told not.
I am so thankful that this trial, finally, we got a full frontal from Georgia Kappelman, right? I just find it amazing how she uses her expression. And I think she's doing it primarily to communicate non-verbally as well as verbally, obviously, but to support her verbal argument with non-verbal communication directly to Charlie. It's not really for the jury's benefit because they're off to the side. But I think it's also for her own sense of to keep her focused on the output that she's, creating and maintaining. It keeps her in the zone. This big, heavy facial features, big theatrical gestures, right? I mean, let's check it again. There's a big facial expression and then a reach. She reaches out and leans forward. It puts pressure on the witness. I think that's the main reason why she conducts herself like this at the podium. Secondary reason is for her own sense. It's really not for the jury. The jury are getting everything else. And, from Charlie, Charlie is the one that the jury are really looking at, right? She's great. She's just a natural at this. What's so great about Georgia is that we get the opportunity to see someone who has just honed their craft. And it doesn't matter what the craft is. When you see a master of their craft doing what they do, it doesn't matter if they're a chef or a fucking, a candlestick maker, a blacksmith, whatever. If you're doing the thing that you really do, it is so compelling to watch. And the full frontal camera angle on Georgia Kappelman is just something that I am so happy that someone somewhere made a decision, the court okayed it, and now we have it. It's great.
Innocent.
Yes.
And you had this whole explanation to assist with exonerating her, right?
I have the truth of what happened.
Look at those wide-eyed baby browns. Look at it. Huge eyes. Incredulous. That's the big thing for her, isn't it? This raised brow, wide-eyed, sort of,
Happened, yes.
But you didn't offer the truth of what happened, did you?
But you didn't offer the truth of what happened.
Nobody came to me. I thought the truth would come out.
Does someone have to come to you?
I was told not to talk to Katie and not to talk.
It's also like watching someone playing a musical instrument or something, The way she pulls things out, the way she pulls things out of the bag there is just so fantastic.
To anybody about this case by counsel.
Okay. So
He just did the Wendy Adelson line. They love this, don't they? I was instructed not to talk about any of this case by counsel.
I was told not to talk to Katie and not to talk to anybody about this case by counsel.
Okay. So strike that. On day one, which is July 18th, 2014, she is the only one that physically contacted you to conduct this extortion. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are.
So you never actually had any contact with any Latin King?
No.
No phone calls?
No phone calls.
No texts?
No.
No letters?
Well, in 2016, you're talking about in 14, right?
I'm talking about the first layer of the extortion. Did you have any contact with the thugs that were getting your money for 2 years?
No.
Did anybody put a gun to your head?
I was told that I would.
2 years. 2 years I gave $3,000 cash a month, as well as putting her on the fucking paychecks and giving holidays. Giving her vacations away, The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke.
Be killed in 48 hours if I didn't pay up.
I heard you say that, but my question is, did anyone put a gun to your head?
You're asking me, did anyone pull a gun on me?
That's what
Is
I
that your
asked you.
question? No,
Yeah.
nobody pulled a firearm on me.
All right, so when Catherine Matabanwa came to you on July 18th and said, open the safe and give me all your money, she was not armed.
She was not carrying a gun that day,
And
no.
were you armed at that time? Did you have a weapon in your home?
I had weapons in my safe, yes.
Were you led to believe or told that the bad guys are outside, right outside your apartment or your residence?
No, but I was led to believe what they did to Dan, they were going to do to me.
I heard you say that, but my question is, did she say, like, the car's running, I'm going to take the money out there to him right now?
No, she never told me that they were waiting for me outside my house.
In fact, she stayed the night with you, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And didn't exit your house with your $138,000 until the next day, right?
Correct.
And the money, the $138,000, was that stapled into $1,000 increments?
Each packet was $1,000, and had a staple in it.
And stapling money's a little unusual. Would you agree with that?
For me, it wasn't unusual. That's what I did.
Right, but nobody else does it. That's why I'm suggesting it's unusual.
I've never questioned people into how they keep their money, whether they keep it with a staple or a paper clip or an envelope. I just know what
Well, what do you mean you've never questioned people how they carry their money? They put it in their wallet, as individual bills. What kind of, how do you package your money? Oh, Charlie, well, what I do is I fold all of my banknotes into paper airplanes. That's what I do. So if you get $100,000 of paper airplanes in $100 bills, it probably came from me.
I do.
Would you agree, Doctor, that it's a compelling piece of evidence that the killers were paid in stapled money and came up with that information in this case?
It's not compelling. The people who extorted me and got my money got it from my house, and it was stapled at my house.
They had to have gotten it from you, right? Because it was stapled.
If they got it from Katie, they got it from me.
So it had to be some kind of, I paid, but I did it under duress, based on that piece of evidence, right? That had to be built into your defense.
I was extorted, and I paid the money.
All right, so Katie comes in and she's in a panic and she tells you what's happened. And I need all the money in your safe right now. Do you suspect that maybe she's working with the police at that point? Maybe she's trying to set you up?
No, she didn't say I need all the money in your safe. That's not what she said.
Did she take all the money in your safe?
I cleaned out all the money in my safe and handed it to her.
Right. Why did you do that?
Because I was being extorted for $250,000.
But why didn't you? The bump was only $5,000, and you immediately became suspicious and questioning and had all these conversations and deliberations about what to do about it for days. When Katie comes to you, you just open the safe and give her the money, right?
That's what I did, and there's a big difference between the two.
Okay, well, the way that it was done to you, is that the way it's done?
You have to be more specific, please.
Well, on the wire, you say repeatedly, that's not the way it's done. You knew that the undercover agent was law enforcement, or at least strongly suspected, because that's not the way it's done. And my question to you is, since you're an expert on extortion, because you've been extorted before, and that's how you knew that's not the way it's done, is this the way it's done? Do extortionists send a girlfriend of their victim to collect their extortion money? Is that the way it's done, Doctor?
I'm telling you what happened to me, and I was told that if I didn't pay in 48 hours, I would be killed. The person that came and extorted my mom, that was not the same approach as what happened to me.
Is that the only way? That's the only way it's done? They send the girlfriend?
It's the only time I've ever been extorted like that.
Okay. And Did you hear any of the negotiate? So they come in and they say, strike. They come in and they say, we need $1/3
You need to pay $1/3
You need to pay $1/3 Why not $1 million?
Because when I had told to Katie that the $1 million offer for Dan Markel, I said I was going to pay $1/3 and when she asked me, do you have that much money? And I said, yeah, I could pay it in cash. So she took it as I had cash, and she knew I had a ton of cash in my safe. So she thought I had the cash. I didn't have all that cash. So that's where I'm assuming.
You know, all of this is all the fault. The spectacle of this trial, the ridiculousness of his excuses for the evidence. No, Katie knew that I was only going to pay $1/3 So when she ran her mouth to her Latin King posse, they probably put that into the equation and said, well, we're not going to go for the full $1 million. We'll be fair Latin Kings and only take the third that he was going to be up for in the bribe. You know, think about it. If you're a Latin king and you've driven to Tallahassee to kill the brother-in-law, and you come back and threaten his life, why not? I mean, why would you stop there? Say we want the entire $1 million. But, you know, all of this, it's in some ways it's not Charlie's fault. This is Daniel Rashbaum. How did Daniel Rashbaum get the job? How did he convince the Adelsons that he was the man for the job, right? Because he said, listen, this is what we're going to do. We're going to explain away all the evidence. And as far as Daniel Rashbaum was concerned, it doesn't matter the fuck whether it works or not. The only thing that matters is that the client believes that it will help and will be happy to pay. You know, this is all Dan Rashbaum's fault, really.
Assuming they got the $1/3 from.
But the offer that she bragged about was $1 million offer, isn't that right? That she ran her mouth about.
I was never there when she spoke to her friend.
Okay, was it $1 million offer?
The offer was that $1 million was going to be paid, and I was going to pay $1/3
And weren't you going to cover Wendy's third as well?
No, not at all. I was going to cover my third.
Didn't your lawyer say in opening statement that you were going to cover the whole thing? Or Wendy's third?
No, I was sitting here. I heard what he said. Charlie was going to pay $1/3
All right. And so the offer was $1 million offer, and that's what you told Katie, along with the fact that you were going to cover the third.
I was telling her that I was going to pay $1/3 yeah. And then one day, if my sister was able to, she was going to pay me back.
And then you didn't have the amount of money that was being demanded at the time, right?
No, I only had what I had.
All right. And at that point, the blackmailer, Catherine Magbanowa, negotiates some type of layaway plan for you to complete the extortion with the Latin Kings?
Okay, Katie wasn't the blackmailer, and Katie wasn't the one who was extorting me.
Didn't you just tell this jury that Katie was the blackmailer? You realized it in 2019.
I had thought that when you were just talking, you were talking about 2014. You were talking about that night,
Okay.
So that's night happened in
Doctor.
2014.
Okay. We all know now, because you have revealed the puzzle piece, she's a blackmailer. Can we agree on that?
I believe, sitting here in 2023,
Yes.
that she was in on the extortion for sure.
Yes. So is it okay if I refer to her as a blackmailer?
I think there's a difference between blackmail and extortion, but yeah,
Okay.
sitting here today, we can, sure.
We'll refer to her.
Brooklyn asks, where was all the cash from? Well, not the bank. You know, I mean, the Adelsons had big safes in their house. Safes the size of refrigerators. Some of the safes had a refrigerator inside them. You know, I mean, they had cash. They had stacks and stacks of cash. Why? Because it's liquid, baby. It's non-taxable, baby. It's non-traceable. Unless you staple it all together like a moron. Unbelievable. What a thing to get caught over. You know, you stapled all your money so it's easier to count.
As an extortionist. So this woman, the extortionist, is going to do you a solid by negotiating with the Latin Kings for you to get on a payment plan for the extortion. Isn't that what happened?
What you're doing is you're taking what we know in 2003 and trying to say, this is what I knew in 2014.
Did she put you on a payment plan?
Yes, she said, because I didn't have the money, she said, asked me if I could pay $3,000 a month in 2014, and I said, yes, I can.
Did you hear any of the conversation where she was making these negotiations on your behalf?
No, when she said, I'm going to go check with my friend and if that's okay with him, she took her purse, took her keys, took her cell phone, she walked out of my front door, closed the door behind her, and I sat in my living room, and she came back about 5 minutes later.
You didn't want to talk to the guy yourself?
No, I didn't even think of that. I mean, but she went outside to call him.
All right, and then the two of you took a Xanax and went to sleep.
Well, I took a Xanax. I don't know if she took one out of the bottle, but I definitely did.
And the next morning, she left with your money, right?
She left about 8:30 the next morning.
That's July 19th, 2014.
Correct.
Let's talk about what you did that day. You did not report this to the police because you were in fear, correct?
Absolutely.
And you didn't report this to Wayne.
I love how Scott never misses an opportunity to tell us where he's based. Yeah, Fremantle. We get it, man. Coogee Beach, right?
Wendy, even though according to you, her life was in danger too, correct?
Potentially, but I planned on paying the extortion every month.
Tay says Charlie looks like a panda bear. He really does, doesn't he? Oh.
All right, but you did go to the gym that morning, right? Could we show that text, please?
And sounds like Kermit. He does as well. A panda bear that sounds like Kermit the Frog.
Were you able to go to the gym the next morning?
I absolutely didn't leave the house. I worked it out at Nova Southeastern Gym, and you can check the gym records. I was never there.
Okay. Did you say you were going to the gym?
I said I was, yeah.
Yeah, check the gym records, which my lawyer has already checked and has confirmed that they have been destroyed because we're talking about something that was 9 years ago. Gym records, yeah. I'm sure they rent out an additional annex to keep all the records in, right? 3 copies of everything.
But you didn't actually go?
No, I didn't leave the house.
All right. So would you agree, Doctor, and we'll refresh your memory with them if we can, that the text messages that were exchanged between yourself and Catherine McBanawa on the morning after this exchange of money were inconsistent with your extortion theory?
They were inconsistent with how I was feeling.
They don't appear to look like you just gave her $138,000 under duress, do they?
She told me the last thing she said to me before she left the house is, can we just pretend like this never even happened? So when I sent her that message, I was trying to show her, like, I'm trying to forget all about it.
Yeah, you were just demonstrating to her that you would agree to pretend nothing happened, right?
Absolutely. That's what she asked me to do, and that's what I tried to do.
All right. So the text messages aren't what they appear to be. It's a beautiful day. I'm going to the pool. I'm going to the beach. I'm going to the gym. None of that is what it appears to be. It's something else.
I absolutely did not go to the gym. I was trying to show her that I was, pretending like nothing ever happened and looking past it.
And there's nothing on the wire. All those hours of you talking, there is nothing on the wire about the extortion, this layer 1 of extortion, because she told you not to talk about it, right?
She told me to never talk about anything to anyone or her. She never wanted to hear about it again.
And yesterday, in your testimony, between you and your attorney, you mentioned the word extortion 123 times. Would you take my word for that?
I'm sure it came up a lot.
Okay. But nowhere, even in the midst of this whole second extortion, it's happening again. It's an extension of the same thing. Do you mention anything about this layer 1 of the extortion? Do you?
Yes, actually, I did.
Okay.
If you pull up the video from Matsuri when I was sitting with my dad, and I said, and the funny thing is, that's what I whispered in his ear.
Right, but we can't hear that.
Right, because that's my point. I never wanted anybody to hear what had happened. I never wanted the police to come talk to me. But if you put up that video, you'll actually see me saying that it's my dad's ear, and that's why I went in and said it. And that's what we were talking about at the time. So
At
it's relevant.
Matsuri, the only time you mention the extortion, it's in a whisper that is not picked up by the microphones, right?
Intentionally, yes.
Yes. And that was intentional at the time, but it sucks for your defense, right? Because that would be a huge piece of evidence for you to show this jury, wouldn't it?
No, I think you'd come up with a reason why that I said it anyway.
And there's nobody to corroborate this testimony?
There is.
Okay. And the Matsuri, you talked about it again out in the parking lot, right? Wasn't that your testimony?
Yes, we spoke in the parking lot.
Okay, so you did talk about the extortion.
That's
You just didn't do it in a way that it was captured on any of the recordings in this case.
well, we spoke when we had privacy.
Well, you had privacy on the phone, right?
When?
At least you thought you had privacy on the phone. Every time when you were talking on the phone for
No,
hundreds of hours on this
no.
wire.
There's always a chance that I was being listened to.
Okay.
I mean,
well, there was a chance you were being listened to when you whispered in Dad's ear, right? But you said it. I mean, you were talking about it.
I whispered real quietly into his ear, so I
So Veronica Schneider, hello Veronica, says, I wish someone would write Charlie and tell him, so you think Benjamin and Lincoln were worth more than your own kid, Roman? You gave up your freedom for them, you chump, just to piss him off and make him turn on Wendy. Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's still hoping for those appeals, right? But he must be. He does have some ability to think. I mean, I know we don't see it very often, and he certainly doesn't come across as intelligent. But we have seen him be, some indications of a shrewd thinker. And now that he's had time away, now that he's had so much time away from his mother, we know how enmeshed they were and how each of their, from each side of their codependency, maintained the others. They're kind of trapped in each other, right? That's why they spend 3 or 4 phone calls a day. I mean, talking on the phone to your mother that much at that age, what the hell? That's ridiculous. But he's had all this time away now. Right? They're not speaking on the phone. He speaks to Harvey. She speaks to Harvey. And I'm sure some limited information is exchanged. I mean, they hear about each other. But as far as being in that enmeshed codependent relationship where they are basically doing maintenance on others, sustaining their own delusions, perhaps he's had some time to think. Well, he certainly had the time. I'm wondering if he's realized what Wendy's role really was in this.
I thought I had privacy at that point. I thought I had privacy.
And Catherine McVanowa and you discussed this first layer of extortion in the car outside of Dolce Vita too, right?
That's when I found out everything that was going on, and she opened up when I confronted her.
But if this jury could hear that conversation recorded, we would all be hearing basically what you're telling us, that there was an extortion effort that predated the undercover operation. Wouldn't we?
Because I was trying to see if Sigfredo was behind the extortion of my mom, because I knew he was behind. I always had a feeling he was behind what happened to me, and she was having this explosive fight with him, and it was going on the same exact time that my mom started getting extorted, so I thought that he was going after my mom.
Don't you wish that that conversation in the car had been recorded?
I don't know.
Wouldn't it prove your theory
Yeah. I
that
mean,
you're talking about, the
if I
prior
think about it,
extortion?
then you know exactly what happened back then.
But unfortunately, it wasn't recorded, and then everything that was recorded inside the restaurant, you don't mention it, right?
I'm speaking very carefully. I mean, I was still, even when I was in the car with Katie, she was doing most of the talking. That was the first time she really opened up, and I think I caught her off guard. I was still, even when I spoke to her in the...
It's so pathetic how he makes this try and sound natural. I mean, you know, he's actually not a good liar at all, right? At all. I think I kind of caught her off guard. I mean, you can see him trying to think and fill in the details that you would expect someone to hear if they were recounting a true event that happened naturally, right? And it does not come off well. It does not come off as believable, one bit. I mean, you could notice every time he lies, and it's not just because we know the reality of the case. It's obvious, and I'm surprised he's not better at it, to be honest.
The car, I was real careful. I said, was T behind what happened to me. Like, I wouldn't even say...
Oh, there's my favorite line. Right, I'm going to do the clip show tomorrow, guys. Was T behind what happened to me? He says it all the way through. There's probably about 30 examples.
Words to her when I was in the car.
Okay, was T behind what happened to me? Do you say anything anywhere on the wire about referencing what happened to me? Meaning what happened to me before?
No, because that was the only time I ever confronted her. But I did actually when I would be on the wire with my mom and I would say it's not the same person. Like that was in reference to what happened to me, and she
what
knew that.
What call do you say it's not the same person?
Okay, you want to know what call? It was Tuesday, the 26th. And I said it's at the end of the call. It was a 2-minute and something call.
April 26th?
April 26, 2016. It was a 2-minute and something call. It was towards the very end.
Hey, dipshit, I know you want to show off your amazing dentist memory, but all you're doing here is showing the jury that you are remembering the evidence from discovery documents, dated, time-stamped, blah, 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 you know, and not recounting a real event. That's how it comes across.
And I go, I know it's not done like this. It's 48 hours, just enough time. It's not the same person.
You know, if it was a real memory, you would say that, I don't know, the phone call was definitely after the bump. I think it was towards the end of April. You know, you wouldn't go, okay, you want to know what call? I'll tell you what call. You ready? It was April 26th, 2-minute something phone call towards the end of the call. You know, that's not how memory works. You go, well, I don't know. Was it May? No, I think we were still in April, but it was definitely after the bump. That would be, you know, an example of how to say it that sounded true.
So you can look it up.
Okay, I'm with you. It's not the same person you were referencing as the person that blackmailed me years ago. And has been blackmailing me for years.
Yeah.
That's what you meant.
It's not the same person that's extorting me, correct.
All right. So I want to go back to Wendy. Wendy is in the process of relocating from Tallahassee to South Florida, basically the day that this is going on, day after the money drop, right?
They're packing up the car. They're coming back. Yeah.
Right. So she's going to be moving significantly closer to the killers that had threatened her life.
This what I don't. She wasn't planning. It wasn't a permanent move or anything that was planned. I think she took a suitcase with her.
But she's your family member, yes. She's much closer to the one they've already killed than you, right?
Say it again.
She's much closer. She's got much deeper connections to the person they've already killed. That's Dan Markel, than you do.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason to fear for her safety because these killers have come, they've just killed Dan, and now they're saying they're going to kill another one. It could be Wendy, right?
She has no idea what's going on.
Exactly. But you let her move from Tallahassee to Miami where you knew the killers were located. That's my point. Do you agree with that?
The killers were able to find Dan Markel in Tallahassee. They have a car.
They were. But would you rather live in Tallahassee or in Miami if the killers are in Miami?
I think if these people want to find you, they'll find you. Okay. I mean, I don't think. I mean, looking at Luis Rivera, I don't think a distance would stop him.
Okay. Where did Wendy and the boy?
The only way to stop Sigfredo if he's coming after you, he's such a dangerous guy. The only way to stop him is to kill him. A distance wouldn't stop Luis Rivera. He would travel the distance.
Boys live when she first moved to South Florida?
When she first moved to South Florida, she moved in with my parents into a small apartment. They actually had to get another apartment because that one was too small.
With your parents?
She moved in with them, yeah.
And I want to talk about the cameras. You bought cameras for the Adelson Institute.
Amy says, we need to send him a picture of how Donna looks now and a picture of Wendy drinking at the bar.
in your home at Whale Harbor, right?
Yes.
The camera system? Yeah. All right. And what about Wendy's? I guess she didn't have a place. So, like, wherever she was staying with your parents, were cameras installed there as well at that same time frame that you installed these cameras?
No, I never told her what happened, but they lived in a very secure building.
Isn't it true, Doctor, that you'd been planning to install those cameras for some time before the murder?
I actually already had cameras.
They lived in a very secure building. I guarantee you this, right? I could get to fucking Donna Adelson's front door in the building easy. You know, all that, the key card stuff, whatever. I mean, I would have no issue at all getting to in there, even if they've got a security guard. You know, I mean, I would, easy. They lived in a very secure building.
Cameras at my house that I had installed in 2008. The technology from 2008 to 2014 had changed a lot when it came to cameras.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you mentioned all that on direct. I'm referring to this particular update.
Yeah, T is Sigfredo.
That was done post-homicide. You were in communication with this camera guy, and I think your lawyer mentioned this. You had 84 text messages with him dating back to January 20th of 2014 in regards to the update that occurred post-murder. Do you agree with that?
I know there was always talk that we were going to get cameras in the office, and we just never got around to it. When this happened, that week, within probably 3 days, I called the camera guy up and I said, I want to get cameras in my house and my new cameras for my house, and I want to get cameras in my office. How soon can you come out and do it? And then he came out, I'd say 4 or 5 days after that, bought the equipment and installed it that week.
Did you hire a private investigator to help you with this whole problem you were having?
With the extortion?
Yes.
No, I didn't tell anybody.
Did you get a bodyguard?
No, I carried a gun on me, and I always sleep with a gun next to me in bed, and I carried a gun on my person and had a gun in my car at all times.
Do you recall a statement you made on the Dolce Vita recording that said you were going to start carrying a gun?
Yeah, because for a long time, after this happened, I was carrying a gun, and it's uncomfortable, and I don't always.
Carla York says, excellent new microphone sound. Thank you, Carla. Good to know. We should do a poll, guys. Let's do a poll on the microphone. We'll do a technical poll. What can we say? We can say, is the microphone producing good audio? Excellent. Good. Please vote on the poll, guys, and tell us what you think about the audio at True Crime Metrix.
Carrying a gun. So I hadn't carried a gun in a while, and I was going to start carrying one again.
But you did say in 2016, I'm going to start carrying one.
Yeah, I carried probably for about 4 to 6 months after this happened, and I wear scrubs, so the gun that I had can kind of stick out, and it's uncomfortable. I prefer not to carry a gun.
So you quit carrying it, but during the time you were...
Yeah, I always like lying in a dentist's chair where my dentist has a gun sticking out of his waistband. I know it's concealed carry, but, you know, is it necessary in the operating theater? Or the, whatever you call it?
Still paying the extortion money.
Yes.
All right, and the extortion money that you were paying, $3,000 a month, that wasn't going towards the principal of whatever was left on the $333,000, right? Didn't you testify to that?
It's called VIG, Georgia. It's money you pay for having the loan. It doesn't go to the principal. If you don't have it, it gets tacked on to the principal, and then you pay interest on the VIG as well, right? So say he didn't pay for 10 months, right? That would be $30,000 worth of VIG. Well, actually, it would go up incrementally, but it would be even more. But for this example, let's just simplify it and say that it would be $30,000. So whatever he owed originally, he'd now owe 30 grand more and be paying more of a percentage. Well, the percentage, the result, you know what I mean. It goes up. That's money lending 101.
Correct.
All right, so you never came up with the remaining bulk of the money that you owed?
Never.
And nobody ever came after you for that?
No, they said you could pay it all off and it'll be done, or just pay $3,000 a month. So I thought about paying the full amount.
All right, then a couple weeks later, after the initial extortion, you and Catherine Magbanua broke up, according to your direct. Do I have that right?
That's not correct.
Oh, when did you break up?
Within a week. I met her, we went out to dinner, we went out to eat, and I just said, this has got to end.
All right, so you broke up with her.
Yes.
Weren't you scared that if you broke up with her that she would sick the Latin Kings on you?
No, because I had every intention of paying every month. When I broke up with her and I said, listen, I don't want to surround myself with this, I'm scared. She said that she was going to come every month and pick up the money and protect me. And she understood. I mean, our relationship was on the rocks.
But you've testified that all the gifts and stuff that you gave her were to keep her happy, right?
Yeah, when I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she wasn't a part of this extortion, I had no problem keeping her happy, and I looked for things to do, nice things to do for her because she was broke.
But not worried about pissing her off by breaking up with her.
Well, our relationship was definitely on the rocks. After July 1st, when Sigfredo cut me off and threatened me and called my dad, and then she knew I didn't even invite her to my dad's birthday party, which was a family gathering with family friends on July 5th. S. Free 2021 says, wish we knew what the latest
wiretaps were all about. Well, I think going to Vietnam. No? I mean, the defense suggested that. Or did they give... yeah, I really don't think that anything will be much of a game changer. And everyone's going to be like, yeah, but Metrix, who gives a fuck what you think? You have no credibility, Metrix. You were wrong. You were wrong, admit it, Metrix. You were so outspoken and you were wrong. Yeah, well, you know, there was more to it than that, I mean, to be fair. But that's fine. That's fine. I like being wrong. And like I said, it works out real well for me. But I tell you what I wasn't wrong about, which is something that annoys the fuck out of me, is, you know, the way that speculation happens in this case is like, okay, everyone's hoping for something, and you know, just until it's been confirmed, until there's a reason to speculate in a certain direction, is it worth anything to do so? You know? And I know people get excited, they're like, oh, could there be something on Wendy? Well, historically, there ain't much on Wendy in terms of recorded phone calls, emails, texts. You know, there's the personal account of Jeff Lacasse. It's not to say that she's not sloppy in some areas, but, you know, as far as communications that she thought to be private, that were later found to be indicators of guilt, like Charlie and Donna, probably the two of us, TV's going to be 5, blah, blah, blah. Speaking in stupid code that she thought wouldn't be understood. I mean, there's not been one single piece of evidence like that against Wendy for 11 years. So, you know, probability-wise, the fact that there hasn't been any of that at all, ever, would lend itself to supporting the idea that there isn't any coming, right? I mean, you know. I mean, out of the phone calls, the new evidence which formed the basis for the defense needing a continuance on the trial to properly go through the new evidence, blah, 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 blah. 100,000 emails, new Cellbrite extractions, 30 pertinent calls. And it's the Cellbrite extractions I think are the most interesting. You know, there were more than 30 calls, but law enforcement said that there were 30 pertinent calls. And we heard Sarah Dugan say that she only intends to bring in 1 or 2 at trial. Okay? So, not much. And I would imagine what that is something to do with Donna speaking to someone about Vietnam or what to do with the estate, you know, will and testament, something to support the idea that she knew when she went to Vietnam, non-extradition, that she was trying to evade capture. And the state will use that to demonstrate a consciousness of guilt, etc. My feeling is, which I could be completely wrong about, but I'll share it anyway, is that those phone calls are just something about Vietnam. And, you know, sure, they will support the state's case, but, you know, they've got plenty more evidence that's way more important. You could take Vietnam completely off the table and she'd still be convicted, right? So I don't think there's much on those calls. 100,000 emails, yeah, I mean, most of that will be completely irrelevant, obviously. There's not going to be 100,000 emails to do with the murder conspiracy. But the Cellbrite extractions, that was more vague and more personal and more technical. Those are the things that I'm most interested in. Cellbrite
Fucking A,
extractions.
bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Thank you so much, Riding Shotgun, for the coffee. Really appreciate it. On buymeacoffee.com, folks.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna
/
fucking fuck up where the
True
fuck you
Metrix.
fucking with me.
And also, thank you, Mary. That was close call. That was close call. What if we got two at the same time? Break the system. Yeah, new Cellbrite extractions. I mean, that could be, think about it. I mean, what could we think that would be? Could be location data. I mean, the fact that it's new extractions indicates that it was challenging to get, right? So it seems like it wouldn't be text messages. And I know everyone's going to get excited and say, oh, it could be WhatsApp. It could be her communicating with Wendy on WhatsApp. Well, you know, only if they've got Wendy's phone as well. It's end-to-end encryption, isn't it? And you think Wendy's going to keep those messages? I mean, she openly tells us that she deletes her messages as a sort of to-do list. Or like, oh, a person sent this, delete, which is ridiculous. But yeah, I'd say it's probably not WhatsApp. I think it might be location data, right? But what location data? We already know she was at Charlie's. We already know that she got onto Alligator Alley or whatever it was from the SunPass records and the phone data. What else could it be? Where would Donna, if it were location data, where would it show Donna to be? Don't know. All speculation at this point, which is fun, but you know, we'll just have to wait and see. Wait and see.
She knew we were going to be done.
After you broke up with Catherine Magdanoa a week after the murder, did you continue to talk to her?
We still communicated for sure.
Talk on the phone?
And texted, yeah.
And meet up?
No, the only time I would see her was I saw her again the end of August. She came and picked up the money, and that's when she asked me if I could put her on the books because none of this money was going to her and she needed to get health insurance for her kids. So I said, yeah, I'll do it and help you out.
And did you continue to hook up with her after the breakup? And by that I mean, you know, have sex with her.
There was one occasion. There was one time that we hooked up.
Okay, when was that?
I want to say it was probably about 5 months after we'd broken up.
Okay, well, there was one other occasion before that in October of 2014. Do you recall that? October 9th of 2014?
That's probably the occasion I'm talking about because July, let me count the months, July, August, September, October. So 4 months. I mean,
Okay, and there's another
years.
one on October 15th. You remember that one?
No, I think we did hook up about one time.
Okay, well, one time on October 9th and one time on October 15th.
I thought it was one time. If it was 2 times, it's been
Could
10
it have been
years.
2 times?
But no more.
Okay. And on August 25th, 14, that would have been after the breakup, right?
Yeah.
You text her And then she replies, I don't need help, I'm good. Don't need
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna
favors, nor will I trust
fuck up whoever
anyone
the fuck is
again.
fucking with
Erase
me.
my number, please. Go on with your life like you did already and have been doing.
Thanks so much. Was that Veronica? Thank you, Veronica.
Sorry we spoke today. I don't want to stress your life more. Don't do anything for me. Do you remember receiving that text from Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, sounds familiar.
And that's a pretty...
Sounds like she's got hurt feelings, right? I mean, what did she find out? That he'd just been doinking Erica Johnson at the office?
weird text to get from the extortionist. You're meeting her to give her money. Why is she saying erase my number?
She's not the extortionist.
On
In
9/11,
in 2014, I didn't think she was the extortionist.
right, but it's been revealed that she was.
In 2019, so you're taking what was known in 2019, and you're trying to say I knew what I knew in 19
I'm not
and
trying to
14.
say you knew. I'm trying to say she knew. She knew she was the extortionist. Why is she telling you to erase her number and leave her alone?
Because I broke up with her.
Exactly. On 9/14 or 9/11 of 14, she sends you #bestie for life. Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar.
So did you all have some kind of reconciliation after the breakup?
No, I was probably doing a favor and making her happy with something.
On
Probably borrowed some
10/6
money.
of 2014, I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm lucky to have you as part of my life. Do you remember sending that to her?
Yeah.
On 10/9 of 14, I mentioned the sex talk. I won't go into the details of it. Again, 10/15, more sex talk. 10/23 of 14, thank you again for everything you're doing for my mommy. She sends you that. What were you doing for her mother?
I don't know. I think I did a consult for her, but I didn't do anything for her mom.
2/24 of 15, you agree that she always knows how to make you smile, and you say I love you to her. Remember that?
Yeah, I cared a lot about Katie, and I didn't think that she was a part of this. So I was always trying to keep her happy and make her happy, and I felt like she got caught up, dragged into something that she shouldn't have been dragged into.
Okay, maybe, but she dragged you into it as well.
I didn't see it like that at all, and our relationship actually got stronger. You know, initially when I got extorted, I had limited contact with her, and I was cold to her. And then over time, I realized that she's the one who's protecting me, and she's not involved with these people because the extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke.
She was involved with them because she had a child with the guy, right?
I didn't know for sure it was him,
But you suspected always that it was him.
I always suspected that Sigfredo was behind this.
So
yeah.
wouldn't you want to distance yourself from this woman who, I mean, were you ever really that serious about her to begin with?
I mean, we spent 7-8 months together.
But you were never considering marrying her.
No, I wasn't
I
considering
mean,
that.
you were a playboy, right? You had a zillion girlfriends.
That is actually not even true.
Okay. Did you have a lot of girlfriends?
I had 2 girlfriends in the 2 or 3 years after her. I dated Whitney Kick for 9 months.
Okay, but how many women were you talking to and engaging with sexually? A lot more than Whitney Kick, right?
There could have been 1 or 2.
Or more?
No.
Okay. Point being, you were not going to marry Catherine Magbanua.
I wasn't having marriage plans, no.
Okay. And you have now broken up with her after this incident.
Yes.
She's the person that's taking the money from you physically.
She's the one. I looked at it as she's the one who's protecting me. If she wasn't, I was going to get a visit
Is
from
she
somebody.
the one that was physically taking the money?
Yes.
Is she the one that was connected to the person you suspected to have killed your brother-in-law?
I thought she was tied to that person, yes.
And she's the one that got you into this, right? Because she ran her mouth, right?
And I looked at that I ran my mouth too. And if I never said anything to her, this would never have happened. So I felt responsible for saying something to her in the first place.
But you didn't feel responsible enough to try to do anything about her sitting in jail, an innocent woman, for 3 years. Did you?
She never contacted me.
You didn't offer to testify in her trial. You let her get convicted and get life in prison, didn't you?
I thought the truth was going to come out.
But not through you.
I was never contacted. I thought it was going to come out through her.
Was there any contact between your lawyers and her lawyers?
You'd have to ask them.
You said you didn't have any contact with her. Did you have any contact?
Zero contact with her.
So your lawyers didn't tell you anything on behalf of her lawyers?
Absolutely not.
And her lawyers didn't hear anything from your lawyers?
I don't know what lawyers talk about, but I can tell you that I never talked to Katie, and I never told my lawyers.
You never relayed a message through your lawyers that the Adelson family would not be talking in this case?
And absolutely not.
And she had nothing to worry about as far as that end was concerned?
That's not true at all.
Did you or your agent contact her brother to offer to assist with her attorney's fees in her case?
That's a complete lie.
On 10/27 of 15, you say you can't wait to get lunch with her. She's the best, and you are lucky to have her as a friend for life. Did you say that?
Yes.
10/27/15, you can't wait to get lunch with her. 10/30/15, you tell her you miss her. 12/9 of 15, again you tell her she's the best.
Yeah, I said all those things.
Do you agree that this picture does not look like a relationship between an extortionist and her victim?
I agree, because Katie wasn't the extortionist.
She was the extortionist.
In 2014 and
No.
2015, I didn't believe that.
I know you didn't believe it, but we're looking back now, okay?
You know, it's like if you're going to quote me, date me. Like, at what I knew in 2014 and what I knew in 2015 is not what I know now in 2023.
Okay, yes, I hear you. You didn't know then, and that's why you were nice to her.
Yeah, I thought she was protecting me.
Got it. And none of those factors that I pointed out weighed into that consideration. That she ran her mouth, that she brought the Latin Kings on you, she was taking the money from you. None of that counterbalanced it. You were still going to be friends with her and keep her happy.
You're wrong. I didn't know about the Latin Kings in 2014 or 2015.
All right. The love text, which is what I'm referring to all these texts, where you're still nice to this person after you break up with her. You're still doing favors for this person after you break up with her. I mean, that's like a major problem for your defense, isn't it?
No, our relationship got stronger. I agree. Our relationship got stronger, but it was much different.
Isn't that why she has to be an innocent conduit between you and the bad guys? Because if those texts didn't exist, she would be the extortionist and the bad actor in this whole thing, right?
I'm not following your theory.
You have to explain away those texts, don't you, Doctor?
No, I have to sit here and tell you the truth. And now you're finding it out.
Most people don't send kissy faces to people that are extorting money out of them. I mean, she was taking your money.
Again, Ms. Kappelman, she was not extorting me at the time.
That's not how it's done, is it?
I'm telling you how it was done.
So then over these next 2 years, you would meet her monthly and hand over a bundle of checks and $3,000 in cash, right?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, tell me.
I would hand
Tell me
over
I'm wrong.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks.
No, you're wrong. I would hand over $2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks. I love when Georgia says, "It's not how it's done, is it?" Because referencing him on The Wire to Donna, where it's like, that's not how it's done, that's not how it's done.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Hey, thanks so much, Amy, for the 6 cups of True Crime Metrix on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Thanks so much, Amy. Both Charlie and Katie twigged it, right? They got it. They were like, this does not sound right. This ain't no Latin King. It's probably the feds. They should have gone to the cops. But they bottomed out. They pussied out, man. You don't want to go to the cops because you could get the cuffs on you right now. Well, you know, they'll arrest you when they want, whether you visit them at the police station or not. You know.
And so over the course of 2 years, I'm terrible at math, but that's roughly how much money? Because I think I did $3,000. It's $48,000 in cash, in addition to the $138 you provided the night of. Do you agree with that?
If your math is correct, I'm just telling you what I paid her each month.
And the checks, which is another $17,000.
Yeah, Carl was going to say Carl Adelson. Carl Steinbeck is always right 100% of the time, not to mention drop dead gorgeous.
Right?
You're doing the math.
Okay. It was a lot of money. Was it a lot of money to you?
It was a lot of money to me, yeah. I work hard.
Did the extortionists, whoever they were, ever try to increase the payments or come for more money?
The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke. And that's what led me to think that she was not a part of this, because she could have easily jacked up the payments.
Well, she's sharing $3,000 a month with a bunch of other people, right? At least one other person.
I didn't think she was sharing it. Why is she coming to me for $300 for her kid's birthday?
Because she's broke.
Because she wasn't getting any of the money.
Half of $3,000 doesn't do much when you're living in Miami with 2 kids to feed, right?
I didn't think she was sharing anything.
Well, even if she was sharing it, that's your point. She must not have been taking the money because she was broke. And my point is, she could have been taking half the money and been broke.
That's not how I saw it.
It's not a lot of money.
That's not how I saw it.
Tell me about Dan Markel a little bit. What you sort of said, what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, was he was, you know, a nice enough guy, typical Wendy boyfriend, but not really your kind of guy.
Yeah, I think it's an accurate description.
Right. Do you agree that he was this brilliant legal mind?
I mean, I think he was a little on the nerdy, nice guy. Just kind of like the average.
He's so uncomfortable to give Markel any compliment, isn't he? Professor Markel. I think he was a little on the nerdy, nice guy.
Average guy that my sister dated.
Not the kind of guy you want to have a beer with, though.
He wants to demonstrate his indifference. Again, you can see when he's lying, and you can see when he's doing that Dan has drilled into him. Professor Markel was like any other of Wendy's boyfriends, Charlie. There was nothing more or more or less worse or better than anyone else. You were indifferent. You were indifferent. It was Wendy's boyfriend. You didn't have a burning hatred. He wasn't your kind of guy. You didn't have a beer together. You didn't take him out on the jet ski. But, you know, it was just some guy Wendy dated. She dated these guys and that was it. You can just feel that Dan Rashbaum has coached that into him, for sure. Look at it again. 100%. Easy.
But not really your kind of guy.
Yeah, I think it's an accurate description.
Right. Do you agree that he was this brilliant legal mind?
I mean, I think he was a little on the nerdy, nice guy. Just kind of like the average guy that my sister dated.
Not the kind of guy you want to have a beer with, though.
We never had a beer together. I mean, not that I wouldn't have had a beer if he wanted to have one. We just didn't have that much in common, but he was always nice to me.
Do you appreciate the fact that his death was a terrible loss to his sons?
It was horrible.
Do you think they were better off without him?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely no. Acapella and Neverly, the car was Harvey's car. The Lexus. The black Lexus. With 200,000 miles on the clock.
Did you host a celebration dinner after his murder?
That's a complete lie.
On the wire, would you agree that the Markel boys were in the background pretty much of every call you had with your mom? I mean, we hear them a lot, right?
My sister was working, so my parents would help my sister out, yeah.
Yeah, and it was summertime, so they were out of school, I would assume.
I don't know if it was every call, but they definitely helped my sister out for sure.
All right, and those calls captured Donna pushing them on the swings, that call that tortured all of us a couple times. Remember that one?
Yeah, there was a call where she was pushing them on the swings.
Taking them to tennis lessons.
That
Yes?
was the same day. I mean, that was the same call that got broken up, and she called me back. But yes,
Doing their bedtime routine,
helping my sister out for sure.
reading stories, brushing teeth, getting haircuts, going to piano, story time and bedtime, all of that kind of stuff.
All stuff that parents and grandparents do. You're right.
All right. She even said to you on one of the calls regarding the bedtime routine that, quote, we have a whole routine going. Do you remember that?
I have a whole routine with my son. I mean, I think it's normal with kids. You have a routine to put them to bed.
Right.
You
All
gotta
the
brush
kind
your
of
teeth.
things.
Can't forget to brush your teeth.
All the, yeah. A little dental humor couldn't hurt, right?
What's that?
All the things that you know your mom wouldn't have been able to do as readily if the kids were living in Tallahassee. Agree with that?
I mean, when they come up to visit them, they'd be doing the same thing.
Sure, when they came up to visit, but now they're doing it every day, right? Almost every day.
Not every day, but when my sister needed them, she helped them out.
And these are all things, these little routine things that Dan Markel will never be able to do with his sons. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Does your mom have a favorite child?
She says she doesn't have favorites, but I don't think she likes my older brother.
Okay. But is Wendy the favorite?
I'd like to.
What gave you the clue about that, Charlie? What, was it when she banished him from the fucking thing? When she says, if you marry that woman, none of us are ever going to speak to you again. Is that where you got the idea that she doesn't like Robert? Dr. Robert. Well, he's a new and better man now.
I think it's a tie between me and her.
Does your mom worry more about Wendy than you? Let's
I don't
do
really get.
before this case.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't. I think maybe in different parts of my life, she's probably more concerned about me. Different parts of my sister's life, she may be more concerned about her.
Is it true that your mom has a tendency to worry?
Again, Daniel Rashbaum coaching. If Georgia asks you something that we haven't prepared, be ambiguous. Don't let her tie you down.
Herself sick if there's something going on with one of you kids.
No, I mean she's a concerned mom, but I think she's a normal mom.
Was she pretty worried about Wendy's marital problems?
No,
She wasn't.
I think she'd get upset when my sister would tell her things that Danny was doing and going to work, and bad mouthing her. But I think any parent would get upset.
But also she would meticulously go through all the filings and send long emails detailing her thoughts about every filing in this divorce.
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay. Did she hate Dan Markel?
I think she liked him in the beginning, for sure. And I think when he was being a jerk to my sister, I don't think anyone particularly liked him when he was being a jerk.
What about the time around the time that he was killed? Did your mother hate Dan Markel?
No, I think it kind of like tapered off. I think she only disliked him when he was being mean to my sister. Other than that, nobody had a problem
He
with
was
him.
being mean to your sister during these divorce proceedings and subsequent litigation, right?
I think it was on and off. I think it was sporadic.
And when your mom's worried about Wendy, does she come to you for solutions or to talk things out?
No, I don't think worried is the right word to describe it.
Does she ever make Wendy's problems your problems?
No.
Like convincing you to get Wendy to pull the plug on the house on Halloween 2013? Didn't she convince you to sort of take up that cause?
No, that was actually me. I thought I shared my thoughts on home ownership for my sister. That was all me.
Didn't you say that if she had bought that house, that would have been the second worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought it was going to be a stupid decision to buy that house.
And what was the first worst decision of Wendy's life?
Oh, I thought looking at hindsight 2020, I think when she'd agreed when she married Dan.
And did you convince her to take a particular job as well? Remember that call?
Yeah, she got an offer from a law firm, and she was debating whether or not she should take it. She didn't know if it was exactly what she wanted to do, and I was like, "Hey, you don't know what you don't like doing until you've done it. Seems like a great opportunity. Like, why not do it? Learn the job skill. It's a skill you don't." And she's like, "Well, I don't have that skill." And I'm like, "Well, it's a good opportunity to learn it, and you may like it. And if you don't like it, then try something else." But I was trying to encourage her to take what sounded like a great opportunity.
And Mom shared your thoughts, and I'm referring to Donna Adelson, shared your thoughts about this opportunity being a good one for Wendy, right?
I probably heard about the job from my mom, but I definitely heard about it from my sister because I'm talking to my sister about it.
Yeah, I mean, the job was not what she had any experience in, right? It was a whole nother field of law.
Then that was my point. It was like, well, why not take it if they're offering it to you and you can learn something new? It sounds like a great opportunity.
Do you and Donna know what's best for Wendy better than she knows herself?
No, but not at all.
Were you a spy when it came to Wendy? Did you get information from Wendy and relay it to Donna?
At times, because I was dating Bree, and Bree worked for Dave, so I would hear stuff about Dave from Bree, so I kind of had an inside. I got inside information.
In what capacity did Bree work for Dave?
Dave was his. After she graduated from college, she was working as a nanny for Dave.
All right. And how old was Bree during the time you were dating her? Was she significantly younger than you?
Yeah, she was significantly younger than me. I was 39 years old, but I did wait until after she was out of school before...
She was 24, and I was 39.
Is Bree the mother of your child?
She's the mother of my child, yeah.
All right, so back to Wendy and Donna. So Wendy, was she tight-lipped with Donna about her private life?
What am I hearing?
I don't think she shared everything.
But she would tell things to you that she wouldn't tell to Donna.
I can't say that for sure.
Can you play clip 1, please? Publishing call EEE.
I'm sorry, what number?
EEE. 3 E's. Yeah, would you? That'd be great. You could go to 209.
Where are you going? On this way, just stop off at there and fast. Anyway, so I just put the date now.
Oh, did you?
So I just called him an old fart. She's a few months older than me. But so I asked him when for his birthday. Turns out Wendy's making him a little party in Fleetwood.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Wendy goes like very tight-lipped.
You're not kidding.
So what she needs to do is, she's obviously tight-lipped for a reason. It's because she doesn't want you to know anything.
Anything.
So my point is, if she doesn't want you to know anything, then don't ask anything.
I don't
Just
know.
be happy.
Yeah,
and then I can find everything out and just tell you.
I know. It's great.
So I was like, so what are you doing for your birthday? It's like, well, Wendy's making me like a little birthday dinner, a little get-together party. I'm like, that's awesome. He's like, yeah, she's doing it. He's like, I don't know anything. All I know is Wendy's putting it together for me, and she's doing it in Woodwood.
Oh.
So I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome.
All I knew is that she was going straight from work to the hotel where everybody is meeting for the this Miami Fellows thing that she got, and that she was going to stay there tonight because it starts early first thing tomorrow morning.
Right.
I guess in between she managed to do something else, which makes me happy. I'm really glad.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't imagine. Oh,
Yeah, so,
yeah, he sounded good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember yesterday saying you were telling a story about Katie coming in from having had some kind of altercation with Garcia, and she had reported that the necklace had been pulled off her neck. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when you were relaying that story to the jury, you used a specific term describing what Garcia had done to her. Do you remember what that term was?
It was only yesterday, but you'll have to refresh my memory how I described it.
You said he roughed her up.
That's accurate.
And that put my antenna up, because that roughed them up is the exact same phrase that Catherine Magbanua said in her proffer that you used on Halloween 2013 when you first approached her about, does she know anyone who can rough someone up?
No, I think getting roughed up is an adjective, but what you're doing is the same thing you did with your TV theory. Is like you heard TV mentioned multiple times, so you put the whole case together with the TV.
Okay,
and
we'll
you're
get to
putting the whole
TV.
case together with the word roughed up. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm
think
not
if
putting the whole case together.
One moment. Don't speak over each other.
But that's
Please wait for him to answer, then you can ask your next question. Go ahead.
But that's an unusual, I mean, you know, it's a specific term. I'm not making a whole case out of it, but did you say roughed up in both places?
Katie was roughed up by Sigfredo when he tore the necklace off of her neck, yes.
And isn't that the same term you used when you first broached Catherine Magbanua about did she know someone who could rough up someone else?
Never in my life have I ever asked her that question. Never in my life. That conversation never took place.
Did you ever hear Donna Adelson refer to Dan Markel as stupid?
No.
Were you laughing when Wendy was on the stand and I read all the names that Donna referred to Dan Markel as?
No, I laughed when you said the word fucker in court.
Okay. What did she mean when she said Dan Markel was trying to take her sunshines away? Do you know?
My mom never said that.
Oh, so you never heard her say
that was made up, and he put it in a court filing, and then now it becomes something that my mom said because someone made it up and put it in a court filing. My mom never said that.
Did your mom refer to the children as her sunshines?
No, the kids were 3 and 4. A 3 and 4-year-old can't repeat a conversation and remember words 6 hours later and repeat it accurately. I have a 5-year-old son. Never seen a 3 and 4-year-old do that. So it was made up, and now you're repeating it.
Okay. Have you been a good brother to Wendy?
I've always tried to be a good brother.
It sounds like maybe you're not agreeing that this was a really nasty divorce, or are you agreeing it was a nasty divorce?
I mean, I don't think any divorces can be pleasant, but I think they definitely had their fights. I mean, they were fighting over bicycles and all kinds of crap.
But in addition to that, Dan Markel accused your sister of fraud, right?
He made an accusation, yeah.
Threatened her with federal kidnapping charges.
Oh, that's a new one. You just told me.
That one's in the emails that are in evidence. Did you review those?
I didn't review the federal kidnapping charges in this case.
Was seeking contempt proceedings. You heard about that here in court, yes?
I heard about that, yeah.
Even went after her lawyer personally, right?
He made serious threats against her lawyer.
And her bar card could have been in jeopardy if any of those, or some of them.
I heard the other day she was saying that, I guess her lawyer, he was threatening her lawyer's bar card.
Her lawyer's bar card as well as Wendy's.
He was making lots of threats and writing lots of stuff, I guess.
And he messed with your mom too, didn't he, in that grandma motion? You know which one I'm talking about?
I don't think he was messing with my mom. I mean, nobody took that seriously, and I don't think anyone even knew about it till
Isn't
years
your
later.
mom, I'm sorry, finish.
I said I don't think anyone even knew about it till years later.
Isn't your mom notorious for always getting worked up about everything?
She gets upset. I mean, she's a concerned mom. I mean,
But is she notorious for getting really worked up about everything?
to a certain extent. I mean,
Aren't those your own words from Call S that's in evidence in this case?
yeah, those are my words, but you can't, not to an extreme, but she does worry, especially when like Latin King gang members are extorting her for money.
Did your mom take the grandma motion seriously?
I don't think she even knew about it.
She didn't talk to you about it?
No, I didn't find out about it till years later.
Wasn't this divorce a big deal in your family?
It didn't affect my life, I can tell you that. So I don't think that's true. I think it was a big deal in my sister's life.
Why did Wendy testify that she was getting along well with Dan Markel just prior to his death? Can we agree that's not true?
I think there were ups and downs and how they got along. I mean, you got to ask her. She was on the stand. I mean, I wasn't living her life.
Is it part of your defense to minimize how nasty and contentious this divorce was?
My defense is to tell the truth.
Did you have any input on the decision to change the boys' names from Markel to Adelson?
Absolutely not.
Do you and Donna have to protect Wendy?
No.
Does Wendy appreciate everything you and Donna do for her?
You got to ask her. I mean, she's my sister. I love her. I try to give her my best advice I can. And if I care about her, and I give her my advice, whether she takes it or not, is up to her. She's a grown woman.
Let me ask it another way. Do you feel, or isn't it true that you don't feel that Wendy appreciates everything you and Donna do for her?
My sister had no idea what I've been through in the last, God knows how many years, and what I wake up worrying, am I going to get killed? Am I going to get arrested? And she knows none of it. She's just going around her life, and I had somewhat of an innate anger towards her. Mm-hmm. You know, probably unjust because she didn't know what happened. But yeah, I was upset.
And weren't you saying on the wire that she doesn't appreciate what you and Donna have done for her?
I don't know if I said that she doesn't appreciate what I've done for her because I never did anything for her.
Okay, so that was my next question. What have you done for her? Nothing?
Other than give her advice and care about her, be a big brother that loves her.
Would you say Wendy's a little bit spoiled?
In some regards, I mean, she gets a lot of help for sure.
Is she a little less savvy about how the world?
A lot of money, a lot of childcare, you know, a lot of time away from the kids.
And you are?
I don't know. I mean, you got to ask her.
Could you trust Wendy with a secret that could ruin your life?
It's not a secret. It's something that would get me killed. So I didn't want to tell her.
Can we agree that she obviously knew something?
Well, that would be a secret, wouldn't it? I mean, it's not a secret. It was something that would get me killed. So I didn't want to tell her, or I kept it secret from her.
Something about this crime.
She found out when she came to court. I never told her anything.
I'm talking about the murder of Dan Markel. She knew something, right? I mean, it's not a coincidence she went to the crime scene, is it?
You're talking about the route that she took that day?
I'm talking about her pulling up to the crime scene tape.
She never went to the crime scene. She was going to buy a bottle of liquor that, coincidentally, the person sent her a stock the bar party buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon that she was going to pick up. She wasn't driving to a crime scene. And I think she made that clear, too. Nobody knew a murder was taking place.
She pulled up to the crime scene tape, Dr. Adelson.
She didn't pull up to the crime scene tape. She was driving down the street and then had to make a U-turn. It was blocked off. But she wasn't going to.
She couldn't help herself.
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She exposed you all to some degree by those actions, didn't she?
No, not at all.
And then she threw you under the bus in her interview, didn't she?
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She knew.
exposed you all to some degree by those actions, threw you under the bus in her interview.
Her husband had just been shot, and they were asking her who would want him dead, and she said your name. Are you mad about that?
No, she said a lot of people's names.
Well, she
Not at
said
all.
yours in the first 25 pages of a 5-hour interview. Isn't that true?
I wasn't there for the interview.
But you've reviewed it in preparation for your trial, haven't you?
I actually don't know if I've seen her interview.
There was a lot of questions of you about, didn't you do this murder with Wendy? Doesn't the state think you did this murder with Wendy? Are you familiar with your
Fucking A,
charges
bro.
in this
I'm gonna
case?
fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Yes, I'm very.
Thanks again, Riding Shotgun, for that coffee on buymeacoffee.com.
Familiar with my
All right,
charges.
and who are you alleged to have done this murder with?
I'm alleged to have done this murder with my sister, my mom, and my dad.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a copy of the indictment in this case?
I'm a slow reader, but I could read it if you want.
May I approach your honor?
Right?
And this is the official charging document in your case, Dr. Adelson. What does it say in reference to who you are alleged to have committed the murder with?
This is, what day is this? 2022. Oh, they think I did a murder with Katie.
Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Cosmic Kitten wants to see the guilty verdict. Yeah, maybe.
Give me a minute, I'll read. They got Luis Rivera in here. They got Sigfredo Garcia.
As being alleged to have committed the murder with you?
Did I read it too quick?
Take your time.
Jill Jane says, reminds me of that guy from Breaking Bad, only worse. Which one? Who? Charlie does. Which one?
Should just be at the very top of each charge. On or about July 18th.
Oh, Saul Goodman. Who reminds you of Saul Goodman? I missed something.
2014, did unlawfully.
Okay. Yeah, Katie. Catherine.
Okay. Are you mad that Wendy hasn't been charged and you have?
No, I'm mad that I got charged for a crime that I didn't commit.
Do you have any innate anger with Wendy over that fact?
No, not at all.
Are you pissed that she told all that stuff to Jeff Lacoste?
I don't think she said that to Jeff, but I wasn't there.
How did Lacoste know about the celebration dinner?
That we went out to dinner, she got sick. So she may have told someone that she threw up.
And then what, he just added the part about you referring to it as a celebration?
I never referred to it as a celebration dinner. I picked my sister up. I said, where do you want to go to eat? She said she wanted pizza or sushi. I said, I know a great sushi place. We went there. We didn't have reservations. We ended up sitting at the bar for an hour waiting for our table. She had 2 drinks and got sick.
She vomited on the dinner table. Or at the dinner table.
Yeah, she got her to the bathroom. But yeah, she doesn't drink alcohol. So those 2 drinks, and I think on an empty stomach, I think she got really sick. But there was no celebration dinner. It was the first time that she actually really left the house since she got back from Tallahassee. She was devastated.
Did you say something to her about the murder of Dan Markell right before she vomited?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember what you said right before she vomited?
She was...
I've got a theory. Yeah, gonna have to write that down. I've got to get that video out. Now that we've got the beasts, we can make it happen. Uvia dinner, celebration dinner, theory video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, everybody.
Probably, I think she said, "I don't feel well." And I say, "Oh no," and then she threw up.
Before that,
And
Oh,
I think
no.
I said, "Oh no," and then she threw up.
before she announced that she was going to be ill,
Right.
do you remember what the conversation was?
I haven't prepared an answer for this, Georgia. Sorry.
Just how's the food? How's your? I mean, we were probably about halfway through dinner. If you look at the timetable, we weren't there long.
Why did you brag to Jeffrey Lacoste about your connection to the Cuban criminal element?
Never said that to Jeff Lacoste.
So he's making that up?
If he said it, I never said it.
Well, you were in here when he said it, weren't you?
I heard him say it, yeah. But I never said that to him.
Jesse Pinkman's too redeemable to be Charlie. Charlie's more like Badger.
On one of these calls, and it's in the context of talking about Dave and Wendy's relationship with Dave, you tell your mom that you've already gone above and beyond for Wendy. Was that a reference to having her ex murdered?
No, that's me getting tired of this Dave stuff. I mean, Dave's a great guy. I mean, everyone who meets him likes him. He's not only super successful, but he's very low-key, like T-shirts and jeans kind of guy. And he loved my sister's kids. I mean, if you listen to The Wire, the point I was making is not how successful he is. The point I was making is that my nephews farted on him, and he thought it was funny and didn't bother him. And he also has 3 young kids, the same ages as my sister's 2 young kids. They actually met in line when...
I love how amazed Charlie Adelson is this. My nephew farted on Dave, and he loved it. He says it repeatedly. Why is that your criteria for judging a worthy suitor for your sister? Ah, look, the boy just farted on his leg.
My sister was registering the kids for school, and it was they've been friends for years, so I thought it was a great opportunity for my sister to have a great guy in her life. And I was getting sick and tired of Dave calls, and the wires started in April. My sister's birthday's in April, Dave's birthday's in April, so you got a ton of Dave chatter on this case. But believe me, I'd go crazy if I was talking about Dave like this all year long.
So that's a no. You did not reference having her ex murdered
Absolutely not.
when you said
No.
you've already gone above and beyond.
No,
for
that was
Wendy?
me getting sick of dealing with the Dave stuff. As great of a guy as he is, I was still getting sick of it.
When the $1 million offer was conceived, do you recall whose idea that was?
My parents.
Why was the relocation worth $1 million?
Well, it was actually I was going to pay a third, so I only looked at it as that way. Why was it worth it?
Mm-hmm. That's the question.
Because it was going to help my sister out, and it was going to be it was going to give her a good opportunity for a good job down here, and she was going to be around family, and family's important, so that's why.
Isn't it true that financially you came out ahead on this deal as opposed to if you had coughed up the third of the $1 million offer?
How in the world did I come up ahead? This is the craziest thing.
Financially, you paid $138,000, then you paid $2,000 a month plus the $1,000 payroll amount. You're still about over $100,000 ahead financially than if you had coughed up the $333K.
No, I would have been better off paying. And first of all, I never paid for murders. This is a crazy question.
Yeah, Veronica, I hear this opinion and I disagree with it. I mean, I heard someone say, you know, as to the reason why Wendy threw up at the dinner, like that Charlie might have showed her a picture, a gruesome picture of Dan. You really think Wendy would give a fuck about that? No. Look, we've got the theory. It's solid. It's coming soon. but I really want to go to the effort to go and get bits and clips from other videos so you guys can see the truth. But I'm not going to say what it is yet. But it's nothing like telling Wendy a gruesome thing about the murder. Sorry, no, that's, no.
But paying $3,000 a month for life is not anything anybody wants to do.
I didn't say anything about paying for a murder. I said you paid $138,000, which you did.
I got extorted for $330,000.
And then you paid, but you didn't pay the $330,000.
Right, because I didn't have it. I had to clean it out of my safe, and that was what was in my safe that night.
All right. Can we agree that Wendy was stressed out about the issues surrounding her divorce?
I think the divorce caused stress in her life, yes.
And the whole thing about fucking... It wasn't $100,000. It was $138,000. That is an old liar's trick, you know? What it is, you're not explaining away the accusation. You're actually offering up new information and making it look like even more money, right? I mean, it's almost like if I confess to this bit over here, it'll make it sound like I'm being really forthcoming. If I was going to lie, why would I change the amount? You know, it's so obvious. It's just like, it's an old trick. Anyone fucking knows that. And yeah, I just don't know why they bothered. I mean, of course, 100,000 is just too round of a number not to be a payment for something, right? Got to stay away from that round number.
And you were hearing about it from your mother, weren't you?
Yeah, I would hear.
Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one, that sort of thing.
Yes, like I said it before, is that my sister would tell my mom a story. I'd be sitting in the car driving. My mom would be talking to me and telling me the latest story of the day. And that's how I found out a lot.
And then on 2/19 of 14, Donna texts you again to tread lightly with Wendy and refers to Dan Markel as an asshole and a fucker, right?
Sorry. You made me laugh. Sorry.
That's what I'm here for. Is that what happened? That text?
Did my mom use a foul word to describe him?
Yes, sir. Asshole and fucker, to be specific.
Sorry. She used a curse word, correct.
Is that pretty strong language for your mom, or is that how she speaks?
I mean, it is pretty strong language, but I think I've been called a lot worse, but if my mom used a curse word, she used a curse word. You just use curse words too. So
was Wendy less stressed? Was Wendy less?
Okay, Jane, why don't you tell us your theory? Go ahead. You can type it all out. We'll wait for you, and I'll read your comments out as they come in. Okay, go. The floor is yours. Your theory about the UV dinner. Let's hear it. I don't see you typing. Jane's got a theory, everybody. No? Where is it? Jane, come on. Jane's big theory about the UV dinner. Let's see what it is.
Oh, well, I think he told her gruesome detail, and Wendy got sick.
Open up, Jane. Come on. Put it out there.
The thugs posted an owl from Tally. Keith Citizen. Katie was desperate for them to take it down, but phones were off.
No. Uvia dinner theory. Jane, open up. They blew his brains all over the kids' Cheerios. What are you talking about? Is that a joke or is that actually your theory? That really is your theory. Jane, I'm not sure you belong here, you know. I'm not sure it's working, Jane. You know. They blew his brains all over the kids' Cheerios. So you are actually serious. That's the full extent of your imagination working at full power, yeah? Tay says, theory, she threw up because she was laughing and regurgitated her alcohol and pills. Well, that's a lot more credible. I don't know. I just think Jane should find a new home. You know, it's got to the point now where it bothers me. You know, I'm having physical reactions to her presence. And I'm so sorry if everyone thinks that's inappropriate, but it's true. It's true. It bothers me.
Stressed out once all this litigation was over?
No, she was a million times more stressed out.
Was she better off financially?
There may have been some, but not much. I don't think so.
Was she able to stop paying her $800 an hour divorce lawyers?
Yes.
Did she get $2.7 million in benefits for her children plus $4,800 a month for the boys' benefit?
No, as far as I know, that money was in trust and it's controlled by Dan Markel's sister. So none of that money. You keep saying it like the money went to her. The money's in trust for the kids, and that money never went to her.
Some of it went to her and some of it was in trust for the kids, right?
I don't know the breakdown, but I know the 90-something% of what you're talking about is in trust, and it's in trust for the children. It's not for her benefit.
Right. It's for the benefit of the boys, but it has to come through her because they're children, right?
Well, it has
she gets disbursements, right?
It has to go through the executor of the trust. And my sister's not the executor of the trust.
No, sir. I'm not saying she is. When the executor of the trust disperses money for the benefit of the boys, it gets dispersed to Wendy, right?
See, you know more than I know.
Did you have trouble sleeping after the murder?
After I was extorted, for sure.
Did Katie text you on 12/19 of 15? Sorry, we have problems sleeping and shit. We do have a lot of weight on our shoulders.
Did she text me that?
Did she text you that?
I mean, she may have, but it sounds about right.
Do you want to look at the text?
I can look at it, sure. Which one?
Glasses. You can look around for context if you want, but I'm looking at page 2 of this exhibit, and it's got a little box around it.
Thanks.
And if that refreshes your recollection, the question is, did she send it?
Yeah.
I want to go over a little bit some of the payments or gifts that you gave to Catherine Magbanwa. We've heard a lot about her being put on the payroll at the Adelson Institute, and she made this demand to you when you met her to give her the first extortion payment on the payment plan. Is that correct?
She didn't make a demand. When I gave her the $3,000 for her friend, she asked me if I could do her a favor and put her on payroll for $1,000 a month so that she could get insurance for her kids. She was going to cash the check, and the money was still going to her friend, so that money wasn't going to her. She was getting insurance for her kids.
And did you
as a favor.
believe her that she would give the money from the paychecks to the friend?
I believe what she was saying to me, yeah.
Isn't it true that Catherine Magbanwa actually asked you to place her on the payroll back in June, prior to this extortion effort?
I don't know if I put her on payroll. She asked me if I could put her as something when I was dating her, put her as something on the office so she could get
Good.
insurance. But I never did.
And that was in June.
Yeah, I remember she'd asked me about it before, but I never did anything.
In June 24th of 2014, she says, "Baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' insurance. Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment." To which you respond, "No problem." Remember that?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking she was asking about payroll. I think she was asking just to say that she worked there, so that we'd sign a letter saying that she was employed. But that doesn't say anything about writing checks to her.
And that request was made in between the two trips that the killers made.
That
Correct.
request, well, she asked me if I could do that for her while I was dating her, and I never even did it.
And did she ask if you could do that in between the two trips that the killers made?
I didn't know when they went up, but I found out later that they went up in June.
All right, so that email would have been sent, or I'm sorry, it's a text. That text would have been sent prior to what you're calling is the first layer of the extortion.
That text was sent to me while I was dating her, but I never.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
The text was sent in June.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
Before I was extorted, yeah. Before I broke up with her.
And you say several times on the wire that she was cleaning at the office. Was she really cleaning?
No, she never worked for us.
She was doing some type.
Altruistic reasons, what? Cosmetic dentistry. We want to give people their smile back. We want to help them chew with confidence by looking like a model. Yeah, no, I mean, Harvey was like, listen, son, get into the family business. We can print our own money. And plus, people generally think of dentists as good people. So all the other shady shit we do in our slum landlording and our money laundering will go unnoticed. It's thought of as an altruistic practice, profession. I mean, not so much cosmetic dentistry. I mean, do you think of fucking plastic tit surgeons as altruistic? We want to give clients their tits back.
A cleanup for you, wasn't she?
No.
What's the purpose of keeping Katie happy? Was she gonna sick the Latin Kings on you if you made her unhappy?
She was protecting me. I didn't know what would happen, and she was keeping my mind, like when the extortion never went up, and I just assumed, I thought that she wasn't part of it, and she was protecting me. Usually extortion goes up. It always gets ratcheted up from what I've heard.
What's the fear of not keeping her happy is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, I could get killed, or the people who were extorting me could come rob me. And I didn't get killed. I didn't get robbed. The extortion never went up. I thought she was really protecting me.
If that's the case, why not just, I mean, you're complying with everything they've asked you to do, right?
I'm doing everything that was asked to do, and yeah.
So why reach out and say, hey, can I get you a trip to Key West to go with that extortion money?
I never said, can I get you a trip to Key West?
You didn't say you were trying to get them the owner's cottage. Maybe it's not in Key West. Trying to get them the owner's cottage because it's the nicest, $380 a night, the postcard inn. Do you recall all those conversations?
Oh yeah, for sure. And she'd actually asked me weeks before the bump, because I had this connection at a place called the Moorings that I could get like a really great price at a really affordable price for how nice the place is. And I said I was going to make some calls and help her out and get it. And then I ended up giving her $300 for the, when she picked up that bag at my house, I put $300 in it and I got her a hotel room.
Is that a yes? You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do.
And she didn't want the trip. In the text messages, she's saying, like, no thanks. And you're kind of forcing it down her throat. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because actually, it's funny. At that time, in The Wire, I was trying to see if Katie and him were together or they weren't together. So that's why I kept asking, how are things? Are you guys okay? Because if they were fighting, it was making me think more and more that the reason she was avoiding me was because she found out that he was the one who was doing the second extortion again. So I was trying to figure out if it was him and if she was lying to me.
And in this case, she says, I don't want to do anything. And you say, you know what, F that. You're going there. You're going to have a good time.
For sure. I was trying to do nice things for her.
And then did you pay for a trip or offer to pay for a trip to Santo Domingo for Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia to visit his parents?
I didn't know who she was going with, but I paid for it. You're talking about airline tickets?
Yes.
She called me up. She had an emergency. Something happened. She booked tickets for the wrong date. I had no idea who in the family she was going with. And she had no money. And I remember I was in Chicago. I was at a friend's wedding, and I took out my credit card, and I gave her the credit card number and let her book tickets. I thought she was going with her kids.
So is that a yes? You paid for
the
trip
no,
to
I remember
Santo
that well.
Domingo. So
For
go
sure.
quicker if we can just
I'm sorry.
answer the question.
What's the objection?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Did you offer to buy Catherine Magbanua and her mom a cruise?
Yes, Katie had mentioned to me that she always wanted to be able to take her mom on a cruise. So I offered, but she never took me up on it.
Did you call in prescriptions for Catherine Magbanua?
She was a patient of record of my office.
Did you pay for a meal service
Good night, Veronica. Good to see you, babe.
for Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, I did.
Did you pay for car repairs for her?
Yeah, all this stuff was making me think she was broke. So yes, you're right.
Did you offer that she could use your Range Rover anytime?
I said she could borrow the car, sure.
Did she talk about getting a boat and you offered to help her get a boat?
I never offered to help her get a boat.
Hey, thank you so much, Laura Lee, for the super something. Thank you, Laura.
Offer to help her look for a boat.
Did you pay for the breast augmentation?
No,
No part of the breast augmentation.
not at all.
So when she's saying at the same time she's the day of the breast augmentation, can I just put it on the credit card? Is she referring? Can I just put it on your credit card? Is she referring to something else, some other expense?
I have no idea what she's referring to, but I did not pay for her boob job.
What about this?
So they have it on record that she is asking to put something on the credit card the same day as the breast augmentation. You know, which would be the exactly the kind of purchase that would warrant the use of a credit card, right?
This birthday gift for Sigfredo Garcia. What was the bonsai tree and the bag? What was that all about?
Oh, she had asked me, and it's on a wire. It's on 420, where she says, "Can you get me some bud from Bud?" My next door neighbor's
And he's laughing at 420.
Bud, and she asked me if I could get some marijuana from my next door neighbor for her. So that's what, when I said I have a bonsai tree for you, she asked me, and I got her a little bit of marijuana from my next door neighbor for her.
And you said,
Well, this half the boob job thing, right? Don't you remember when we saw the receipt for the boob job? And you all said that it was very cheap and it would probably normally cost double that. And Charlie and his doctors and his dentists with his insider trading deals that they all pass around because they've got money to blow, right? Invest it. We've got a good tip on a stock, you know? They're all doing deals all the time. I think what happened is that Charlie, because the receipt, right? The receipt was about half the price of what you would expect to pay for Katie's surgery. So I think he did a deal with one of his doctor friends that does cosmetic implants, silicone implants, whatever it is, and said, look, do it half price. I'll give you half the cash, but I'll also give you a tip on a really good stock. And I've just made 30 grand on this, so you could get 30 grand as well. That's way better than having the money. So I'll give you half the cash, and I'll give you the tip on the stock, right? Those kind of deals with people like Charlie, cosmetic doctors in Miami, I'm sure happen all the time, right? Sweetheart deals. So when he says, I only paid for one of them, it's true, he only paid cash for one of them. But the rest was made up. It wasn't like Katie made up the rest of the money. The rest was a tip from his stock. That's only just come to me now, but I think it makes a lot of sense.
I don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best. I did my best.
I was being completely, by the way, I was being completely sarcastic. I never would get Sigfredo Garcia a present in my life.
And you thought you hit it out of the park with the weed and the gift card. Did you say that?
Well, give me a little more context.
The context is you don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best and you think you hit it out of the park.
No, I was being completely sarcastic because she had asked me for that marijuana 2 weeks earlier, and I gave it to her, and then I was joking around when I gave it to her. I didn't want him to think that I was hooking up with her, so I started to joke around about it, and then I was like, maybe you can just tell him it was for me because I didn't want him to think that I'm hooking up with Katie, and that's why I gave it to her.
Can we agree in general that it's important to maintain positive feelings between co-conspirators? If you're a co-conspirator with someone in a crime, you want to keep positive relationship with that person. Will you agree with that?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
Okay, I'm saying in general. Can you agree in general that co-conspirators in a crime want to stay friendly with each other?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
All right, can't agree to that. If a co-conspirator develops a motive to harm another one, that could be bad, right?
Co-conspirator. Say it again.
Say a husband and wife do a murder together. And then 10 years later, they've gotten away with it, but 10 years later, they fall out. That could be a problem. Somebody might start talking, right?
I was never part of a murder.
Were these gifts, these things that you provided to Catherine Magbanua and her mother and Sigfredo Garcia payment for the murder?
Okay, I never got Sigfredo a gift in my life. The guy absolutely hates me. He wants to kill me. He stalked me. He extorted me. Like, that was being completely sarcastic, and sometimes I make some bad jokes, but that's, even when I wrote he wanted to take me deep sea fishing, I knew he wanted to kill me. Like, you have that text too. I didn't think we were going deep sea fishing.
On April 6th of 2015, did you receive a text from Catherine Magbanua that reads, "Next time, don't be such a dick to someone who has done something for you"?
Yeah, she's protecting me, and she's mad. She's mad at me over something.
Are these gifts what it took to secure her silence for so long?
No, absolutely not. I was never trying to get her silence. I was hoping she'd tell the truth.
Was your dad's birthday in between the two trips that the killers took?
Yeah, my dad's birthday is July 5th.
And what birthday was that for him?
It was his 70th birthday party.
All right, so there's been a lot of talk about the texting between you and your mom about the birthday. And she texts you on March 4th of 2014 and says she can't talk now, but she'll call when she goes to the bathroom in Gainesville and has privacy. She tells you to erase that text after you read it. Why did she have you erase that text?
Okay, if you look at the records, I never erased the text.
Well, why did she ask you? If you know, you may not know.
Maybe she's afraid my dad's looking at her phone and would find out about the president. It made no sense to me. That's why I was like, I didn't erase anything.
How is you erasing the text going to prevent your dad from seeing it on your mom's phone?
Well, if my dad looked at my mom's phone, then he'd see the text and maybe know what she's planning for his birthday.
You weren't with Dad, she was with Dad, just to clarify.
Yeah, she was with my dad.
And the text that she asked you to erase, that particular text didn't say anything about a birthday or paella. Can we agree on that?
No, not, but I knew what it was about.
Look at him. He can't even keep a straight face. That particular text, Doctor, that didn't say anything about a birthday or paella. Oh, that's another thing that's great about this case, when you've got this sort of innocuous, like, why are we talking about the text? Was there a text message about the paella?
20 minutes later, she texts again and asks something about Dad's birthday. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I know we were trying to plan a surprise cruise. That was the original idea.
Okay, and the paella is mentioned elsewhere, not in this particular thread that we're talking about now.
Yeah,
Was paella the big birthday gift?
Yeah, I paid for the catering for the whole party.
Okay. Then 3 months later, on June 8th, just after midnight, you text her, quote, "still working on Dad's birthday present." Was that in reference to the paella guy?
Possibly, or possibly what I was also getting was a present. I mean, it's been 10 years, so I don't know exactly what I got him 10 years ago on his birthday.
And then at
what
1
I was thinking
a.m., I'm sorry, you weren't done.
No, or what I was thinking about getting him.
And then at 1 a.m., Mom texts you back, "I know you'll," and I think she was in Israel, so that might account for the time, but she texts you, quote, "I know you'll come through for me." Is that what she said?
That's what the text said, yeah.
Can we agree the timing of these texts is consistent with being sent the day after the killers got home from their failed June murder trip?
No, it's consistent with a few weeks before my dad's birthday and trying to figure out what we're going to get him.
Why didn't you go to Dan's funeral?
In Canada?
I think there were some in Tallahassee and in Canada as well.
I know there was a
But did you go to either?
There was a memorial service here.
Did you go to that?
No, I didn't attend. I knew what had happened to him, and there's no way I could have shown up. I would have been too upset.
Mr. Dubin, your lawyer that was here, seems like a long time ago at jury selection, said, people have different ways of grieving and that sort of thing. Were you grieving for the death of Dan Markel?
I felt horrible about what happened, and I knew what happened.
When did you?
I wasn't close to him. But either way, I mean, I felt horrible about what happened.
When did you find out exactly how he was killed? Meaning, like, shot twice in the head.
I found out, it would have been the next morning is how I found out he got shot in the head.
Do you agree that this was a first-degree murder?
Do I agree?
Planned, premeditated?
The people who killed him planned on killing him, yeah.
Do you think everyone involved should be convicted?
I think everyone involved should be convicted.
Even the person that hired the hit?
I think anybody who played a role in it, but I wasn't a part of it.
Do you regret that Dan Markel suffered for 14 hours before he died?
I feel horrible.
He was supposed to die quickly, instantly, right?
Are you asking me?
I am.
No, he wasn't supposed to die at all. This was horrible what happened.
Did it surprise you that the cops were able to identify the Prius?
Did it surprise me?
Yes.
I'm not a cop. I don't know how cops investigate.
Did it surprise you to learn that it's not a requirement of law to put the person at the scene of the crime to be guilty of a crime?
Listen, I'm not a police detective.
Was the police work in this case thorough?
I'm sure the police did the best they could.
Did you think that you had done everything properly such that you could never be detected or caught for this?
I wasn't part of this murder at all. You have it wrong.
Catherine Magbanua said that you think you're untouchable. Is that true, Doctor?
That's not true at all.
Did your parents drop off money to you on the night of the murder?
I never saw my parents there. You could look at our cell phones and you'll find that out, that we never saw each other.
I did look at the cell phones, and what is on there is your mom texts you, quote, outside your house. And
No, I mean, look at the tower information.
I think you testified that that meant she was just passing by on the roadway.
She was approaching the area, yeah, to see if I was home.
All right, and do you know what your response was to her text?
Yeah, like 20 or 30 minutes later, I said 10 minutes.
I'm 10 minutes out, is what you
I
said.
think I said 10 minutes, but yeah, I'm not home.
Doesn't that indicate you're going to meet them at your house in 10 minutes?
No, I told her to let me know when you're going to be in the area.
Was the money that Catherine Magbanua got damp?
I never gave her any money that was damp. The money I gave her came out of my safe.
Was it damp?
No, I took it out of my safe. I put it on the dresser. She put it in her purse.
Why did Garcia and Rivera, or whoever did it, I guess I should say, why did whoever did it need to kill someone to extort you?
You gotta ask them.
Well, why couldn't they just come put a gun to your head and say, give me all the money in your safe?
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they didn't?
Thank God they didn't. I would have gotten killed.
If Garcia hated you, why would he drive to Tallahassee twice to kill someone you hated?
Oh, thank you so much for those Canadian super chat sticker things, Jill Jane. Thank you so much.
It sounds like he was part of the extortion, or Katie put him up to it.
Doesn't blackmail or extortion usually involve the extortionist having some kind of dirt on the victim?
I know how this was done to me. I know what. I'm just telling you what happened to me. I'm not an expert in it.
If they had come in and threatened to kill you, would you have given them the money in your safe?
If someone came and put a gun to my head, yeah, I would have opened up my safe and I would give them the money.
I still
And you don't think
get how.
You don't think the Latin Kings would have thought of that? Like, hey, do you want to go and rob this guy? Yeah, but first we're going to need some leverage. Well, why don't we just go round to his house and put a gun to his head and say, give us all your money? And Luis Rivera's like, that'll never work. We need to go to Tallahassee. We need to go on a 4-day mission to find this guy that we've never met, this academic. And then we'll kill him. And then we'll come back to Miami and then put a gun to his head. That's the way to handle this. What the fuck? When you think about, I mean, it's bad enough just thinking it as a global concept. But when you actually think about Luis and Sigfredo discussing the plan, it's beyond, isn't it? It's out of reach. And when Daniel Rashbaum suggested this to the Adelsons, he was saying, listen, what we need to do, because of the evidence that they do have, the stapled money, the conversation in Dolce Vita, all the things, right? The bump phone calls, what we need to do is we need to explain away all of those things, right? So we'll have to say that the Latin kings killed Dan, but without our order. He was under no illusion. He was not trying to put together a case that would give Charlie Adelson a good shot. Didn't give a shit, as was evidenced by his piss poor, uninterested performance at trial. His only objective was to present something to the Adelsons that they would believe would help them. Right? Anyone disagree with that? Anyone got a theory on that?
Killing Dan Mark.
Do people think this is our first fucking day at the office, you know? It's not. Okay? It's not.
Hell advances the ball for them to extort money out of you. Do you?
Yeah, I have a theory. They could extort me for life, and I don't think they knew exactly how much I had in the safe. She knew I had a lot of money in the safe. But this way I could get extorted for life, and that's what happened. And I was stuck paying $3,000 a month.
But you could have gotten extorted for life just by the threat of death by Latin King, couldn't you, Doctor?
I mean, this was as real of a threat as you get. I mean, these guys aren't messing around.
All right, you didn't report this after Garcia was arrested, did you? Did not report this after Garcia's arrest?
No, not at all.
Okay, you did keep paying Catherine Magbanua after Garcia's arrest?
No, I never saw her again.
Did not report this after Magbanua's arrest?
Yeah, as soon as we had confirmation that the walls had really fallen down, Sigfredo's arrest. Until Sigfredo's arrested, they're still thinking, oh, maybe they don't have enough. Maybe if they had enough, they'd have had us already. Maybe there's still a way that this will just blow over and we can go back to our shallow, privileged lives. But when Sigfredo got arrested, it's like, okay, that's it. Lockdown. Go into lockdown.
Correct?
Correct.
Did not testify in either of their trials, correct?
Was never contacted to, but yes.
You were okay with the possibility of them getting away with killing Dan Markel.
I thought the truth was going to come out in 2019.
How? If the witness who knows something doesn't come forward?
Katie knows what happens and knows I was extorted, and her trial was in 19, and I was expecting the truth to come out then. And instead, I found out that she was having this affair with him on me, and she lied, and all this money was going to her.
So if her defense had been, I was...
Here's a point. Because we know that, in detail, the theory, you remember Daniel Rashbaum from opening statements. He was like talking to the jury. The state, they don't know what happened. They're about to find out with all of you. And they kept that seals. They didn't have to give the prosecutors full disclosure of the case that they were going to be presenting. Sorry. So I'm just wondering what opportunity that the prosecutor would have had to discuss Charlie's claims with Catherine Magbanua before her testimony. And remember that, Magbanua is the state's case, so she's testified before Charlie in his own defense, so that's already been and gone. So Charlie has sat and watched in this trial Katie standing up there saying, no, this wasn't an extortion. And now he's all like, Katie knows what happened. She said the money was for a Latin king.
an innocent conduit to an extortion, you would have backed her up on that?
If she would have come in and told the truth, and yeah, for sure, you would have heard the same story.
Where is your family located now? You don't have to be specific, but is your mom and dad, are they still in South Florida?
They still live in South Florida.
Okay, what about Wendy and the boys?
My parents live about 35 minutes from my sister, and I used to live about 45 minutes from them.
And are they okay, as far as you know, physically, today, as we sit here?
Yes.
And are you concerned that because you've told now on the Latin Kings that they're going to come kill your whole family?
I mean, I just told you that I knew that, was told then that Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, killed Dan Markel. So, I mean, I do have some concern when I get out.
Right, but even
after me.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I said I do have some concern with Latin Kings now that I spoke and told what I know.
But what about, I mean, Rivera was already in custody at one point, as well as Garcia and Albano. My understanding is your continued fear was due to other Latin Kings, potentially. Is that accurate?
These are highly connected people. Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, in custody means absolutely nothing. If you think he can't send somebody from the outside, you're wrong.
All right. So my question to you is, did that happen? Because you told yesterday.
Was I killed yesterday when I was in jail? No.
And nobody in your family has been killed so far.
You're talking about in the last 24 hours?
Right.
Not that I know.
Okay. But you're worried about that.
Not that I know
think
of.
now that I've spoken.
Not that I know of is synonymous with maybe, isn't it? You know, clearly he's not checked. And he hasn't even thought about that. Like, oh, yeah, maybe to support my line of defense, I should do a jailhouse call. We know he loves those, right? Do a jailhouse call. And I'm like, did they come? Did the Latin Kings bust in the house and shoot you up? Because I told in court.
I do have a concern, yes.
Okay. But not too concerned to remain silent when it's your own butt on the line, right?
I'm here to tell the truth.
George is really good at finding his holes in the preparation, right? All of the preparing. And we know Daniel Rashbaum loves those billable hours, right? Yeah, we're going to have another full day of prepare. And the Adelsons are actually looking at this going, oh, he's so dedicated. Oh, Dan, he dropped everything. He gave it 100% all the way. You know, Dan's just like, yeah. No, another full day pay. Yeah, I thought we'd be done in 3 weeks, but it looks like it's going to be another, at least another full week, maybe 2. There's just the little matter of my fee. It's gone up. It's gone up. It's always going up. Oh God, he just fucking had them over. Just had them over. Just saw a money printing machine. A desperate man that's rich as fuck. And is very keen on believing that you can buy your way out of anything because of his sense of superiority and demand for special treatment and all the rest of it, right? Like he's been groomed to feel his entire life. Yeah? I mean, we see it all clear. And Donna and Charlie still, after the fucking conviction, are on the wire saying he's a closer. Yeah, he is. He closed the shit out of you and took all your money. And I know that Daniel Rashbaum, wherever he is, whatever he's doing, is thinking, I should have gone in harder. I should have asked for more. I should have done more hours. I could have doubled this. Oh, but the holes, you know, when Georgia asks him, what was it? Let's see it again.
Nobody in your... All right. So my question to you is, did that happen? Because you told yesterday.
Was I killed yesterday when I was in jail? No.
And nobody in your family has been killed so far.
You're talking about in the last 24 hours?
Right.
Not that I know.
Okay. But you're worried about that.
I think now that I've spoken, I do have a concern, yes.
Okay. But not...
That's it. Georgia asks, but you're worried about that, right? He's not prepared, and if you think about it, there was no right answer for Charlie to say, right? He hasn't been acting prepared, so no, I'm not concerned would align better with his historic affect. But if he said no, it's like, well, why not? Because you're lying about the extortion? But the way he said yes, now that I've mentioned it and spoken in court, I do have a concern, yes. I mean, that's the way, that kind of expressing a concern in that way. Well, I do have a concern. It's like, yeah, I'm worried that my landlord is going to keep my security deposit even if everything's perfect with the house. I do have a concern. It's not the kind of urgency that is required when you're discussing being concerned about a bunch of a national crime syndicate coming to murder your family like they promised to do, according to your story, right? It's not congruent. It's not congruent at all, Charlie. And it's not congruent because you didn't prepare, because this was a part that you missed. And Georgia Kappelman is great at finding the points that you missed.
Too concerned to remain silent when it's your own butt on the line, right?
I'm here to tell the truth. And yes, do I have a concern now that I told you what happened? Absolutely.
Mom tells you on that first wire call that the bump involves the two of us, referring to yourself and your mom, right?
Yes, that's what she said.
And would you agree, prior to your explanation, that looks pretty incriminating?
I think if you don't know what happened, you can assume the worst.
Isn't it true that you had to add the bit about confiding your extortion in your mom in order to put that toothpaste back in the tube?
No, that's what happened when I got the checks.
Otherwise, why would you bring your mom into this?
I didn't want to. When I first told her on the phone and asked her to write the checks, I told her, I said just as a long story, I'd brush it off, and she didn't press anything, but I think she was out somewhere. It wasn't until when I picked up the checks that she started pressuring me and saying, this makes no sense, why are you doing this, you're not dating Katie, and that's when she found out.
But your mom is the most high-strung out of the whole group, right? And she's old, and she worries, right?
I don't think she's super high-strung, but she does worry about her kids.
You don't?
No. You've never met her.
Well, you said she was, quote, notorious for making a big deal out of everything.
I mean, she overreacts, but she's a mom. I think a lot of moms overreact.
Okay. You could have told her, Katie's down on her luck, and I'm just going to be putting her on the payroll. I mean, you were making enough money, you could tell her to just write checks, couldn't you? Why'd you have to tell her it was an extortion from Latin King gang members?
Well, okay, at that time I didn't know anything about the Latin Kings, but when I told her what happened, I was thinking that, it actually would be good if someone knows what happened in case I get killed, they at least know what direction to start looking in. So until that point, nobody even knew. So when she started questioning me, I just said, you know what, I'm going to tell you, but don't say a thing to Dad, don't say a thing to Wendy, you got to promise me. I didn't want her to ever talk about this again. And that was the day that she found out. It was when I got the checks.
What she doesn't say on the wire is, it's happening again. I was approached by another extortionist today. Does she say that?
No, she's talking very carefully.
And you say carefully, but isn't carefully the same thing as code?
No, they're two totally separate things. Do you know the difference?
You weren't really giving her money for a TV, were you?
Giving her money for a TV.
This TV is probably going to be about $5. Okay. I need you to bring cash tonight.
I wish she picked another object on planet Earth other than TV. But TV is code for absolutely nothing. There is no code in this case involving TV. And you keep circling and circling and circling TV, you're wrong.
Is it a coincidence that the repair of the TV that you bought Wendy as a divorce gift because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman is your sister's alibi for the murder, and then your mom brings up TV, first call on the wire?
It's not an alibi for a murder. She had a broken TV. You got to ask Lincoln who threw the remote at the TV.
Was it a coincidence? Is the TV thing a coincidence? That's what I hear you say.
Oh, that the repairman was there that day?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is a coincidence for sure. There's a
And
couple
all
of coincidences in this case.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I said there's a couple of coincidences in this case. I mean, she had people send her an email to go buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon for their Stock the Bar party, and she was driving to a liquor store to buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon on that day, at that time, and her friend sent the email, and you have the email in evidence. Like, is that a coincidence? Yeah, coincidences happen.
And the you might not be the right Katie talk, that doesn't seem to really fit with your theory of the case, does it? What was your explanation for that? Why you kept saying you might not be the right Katie? I mean, she's definitely the right Katie, right?
Absolutely. She knew it was. I was implying it was her. I was just trying to say, I'm not setting you up, but I need your help.
On call B, your mom, you call your mom back and you say, you probe her a little bit, and ultimately you say, you think someone's trying to blackmail you? That's crazy. Why does it sound like this is something that's new and unfathomable to you at that moment?
Well, because I wasn't even following what my mom was talking about on the first call. And on the second call, when she shocked me when she said that. And I'd been extorted before, and her saying to bring cash, everything just didn't sound right.
Could we play clip 4, please? This is from Dolce.
What, I'm sorry, from what?
Clip 4 from Dolce.
Okay.
Even if they had any evidence, the first words out of your mouth on this clip, even if they had any evidence. No. Strike. The quote is, if you say, if they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. And I know you already testified about this, but does an innocent person say, if they had any evidence?
Does an innocent person say, if they had any evidence? So let's say you accuse me. No, that wouldn't work. How can we imagine that? Okay, so if they had any evidence, suggests within the premise that they could, if the evidence exists that they don't have, right? If they had any evidence, like if you accused me of stealing $500 from you, and someone else told me that you thought I stole your $500, and I said to that person, if they found the money in my possession, I'd have already gone to the airport by now. It means that they could, right? I guess she's right. Like if I didn't touch the $500, I'd say, $500? What $500? I don't have $500. If they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport right now. And also that extra bit of we'd have already gone to the airport right now suggests that if they had the evidence that they could have, because it does exist, it would be so compelling that drastic measures would have to be taken to avoid the consequences. If they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport by now. Yeah, you'd never say that as an innocent person, and certainly not if you're being extorted, right? This whole conversation in Dolce Vita.
Right, Katie's saying it's...
Okay, let's say you rent a car, and I come to you and I say, hey, can I borrow the car? And I take, sure! I take the car to Orlando, I rob a Burger King, and I come back and I say, great car. What is he talking about? It's so funny. These scenarios that he comes up with, right?
Police, and I'm saying that we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence to show we were part of something that we were part of. If we had any part of this, we'd be going to the airport right now. And I
Isn't
still say
it
the
true,
same
Doctor,
thing.
that they're not going to have any evidence because you were careful?
No, because we weren't a part of this.
You were smart.
Oh, good night, Amy, and good night, Neverly. Thanks for coming, guys.
No, we weren't a part of this.
You walled yourself off
I
from
was
the
sure
killers.
they're not going to have evidence to show I did something I didn't do. So we're not...
Oh, you want to know about the poll? Well, it started off super high for the first 30 votes. I'll end the poll. We got 84 votes, and it's 67% say excellent. The majority of the others is... oh, you can already see? I thought you could only see when the poll ends. 66% excellent microphone, 27% good. So those two combined is like, what, 95. I'll take that. 95 is good or excellent, mostly excellent. 3% okay, but could be better. And 2% is get a new mic. There's always one, isn't there? No, I think it's doing well. And we're going to do more things to make it better. Still going to get some stuff to put on these echoey walls. But I think it's doing okay.
Running to the airport.
And you're
Better than the last studio. That was terrible.
untouchable, right?
No, we didn't do a murder. I wasn't part of a murder. There's no reason to run to the airport.
In the next clip, you're discussing what's going to happen if this person that did the bump goes to the police. And you're going through all these scenarios, these possibilities.
Wait, if he goes to the police?
Yeah, the blackmailer goes to the police. They're going to say, where's the weapon? And he's not going to know. He's just going to have hearsay, basically. Someone told me they did it. It's not going to be enough to get the investigation anywhere. Why are you thinking through the possibility of the blackmailer going to the cops if the blackmailer doesn't have any dirt on you to take to the cops?
I wasn't thinking about the blackmailer. What I was trying to say is I don't know anything about Sigfredo. I don't know anything about this crime. I was trying to tell her that I'm harmless. I don't have any knowledge of what went on. Like, the last thing I wanted is that now that she's saying it's the police, is someone to come and kill me and think I'm some kind of loose end. So that's why I'm saying that.
But that's not what you're saying. You're saying if this is a person that Luis Rivera ran his mouth to, and they go to the police, it's going to be worth zero. Because they're not going to know anything other than, hey, my brother told me this.
I don't know if I was saying with someone who knows Luis Rivera. I was trying to make a point that I don't know anything.
And then you suggest what they would have to do is get him to wear a wire and get the person to confess, and that's probably what this could be, an effort to do, right?
Well, they're thinking that we were part of a murder. So this was the same thing I said before, is that this is their theory. So this is a police tactic, and it could be either a bad guy or the police, and this is how they're pursuing it.
Exactly. So as long as you keep your mouth shut, you can get away with murder, right?
No, not at all.
Isn't that what you told Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, Ryan Fitzpatrick is someone who stole over $500,000 from me.
That's not my question, sir.
Sorry.
Did you say that to Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, never. Never at all.
Why do you go into so much detail about rental car examples? Let's strike that. Can you agree that the Prius, you knew that the police were looking for a Prius at the time you met at this Dolce Vita restaurant?
I think it had been released at that time.
All right, and you heard the recording. You're arguing. Let's play the clip. This is going to be clip. I think let's play 7 and 8, please. Dolce.
Because the fact is, it's like, even if, let's say, I just got in my car, and then I go ahead and I get in the car, and then I go, and you're dating in the car, I go, yeah, she was in my car, and she got out, and she did this horrible crime. Okay, they come and they get to the...
Yeah, Lee, I'm always amazed how many people listen to the show in the shower. I've never listened to anything in the shower. Like, I'd be worried my phone would get wet.
The car, they go, yep, he was in my car. No, he sat in the car for 2 minutes, got out of the AC, and then got out of the car. He has nothing to do with you else and broken me. Outside of that, there's no evidence. Okay? You know, if you have a car and you can link this person to renting that car that you drive, okay. But you have to prove that they were also driving that day too, and rented it and lent it to a friend. What if you rented a car and hey, Katie, can I borrow it for the weekend? I'll bring it back on Tuesday. You go, yeah, sure. So you rented a car. You've been in that car. I drive into fucking Orlando. I rob McDonald's in Orlando. I come back and I go, here's the keys, Katie. And you go, okay, thanks. Yeah, you rented it, but what if you were fucking out all weekend and you didn't even know I took your car? I did something and I brought it back. Okay? My point is, I don't have any knowledge. Evidently, this person is either pretending to or does. I don't want someone paying business.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? He said, the point is, I don't have any knowledge of what went on. And then referencing Sammy the Bump, that obviously the FBI know the content of what was said by him, Sammy. He says, just again, so the point is, I don't have any knowledge of what went on. Evidently, this person... What does he say? Let's hear it again.
What if you were fucking out all weekend and you didn't even know I took your car? I did something and I brought it back. Okay? My point is, I don't have any knowledge. Evidently, this person is either pretending to or does.
Evidently, this person is either pretending to or does have knowledge of what went on, right? I mean, there's just no way to explain that. And I am amazed he's having this conversation in a restaurant. I mean, talk about being caught red-handed. And fucking Donna's like, they didn't deliberate, they didn't listen. I think they did listen. Because I think that's the first time I've actually heard this segment that I remember.
I don't want someone paying business.
Sounds like you're saying even if they track down the Prius, even if there's DNA or fingerprints in the Prius, meaning like they can link someone to the Prius, that's not going to be enough evidence to make any arrests in this case. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. What I'm doing is I'm restating.
You've answered my question.
Can I give you an
on redirect? You'll have an opportunity.
Well,
my question was.
One moment.
My question
We're not
was,
just wildly arguing. Mr. Adelson, please answer the question.
Okay.
I can just ask you a yes or no question.
Please allow me to answer your question.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Help yourself out.
What I was saying to Katie is that the information she had just told me in the car about Sigfredo not being there when the crime was committed, she told me that Sigfredo was high on drugs at the hotel and that Luis had rented a car and that he's the one who killed Dan. And I'm restating to her that I don't have any knowledge of what went on, and that all I know is that Sigfredo wasn't even there when this happened. So that's what I'm restating to her.
That Sigfredo can't be caught even if he's connected to the crime, to the car?
I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed Dan.
Okay. Wouldn't it be good for you, because you know now that Sigfredo is the extortionist, right? She just told you that in the car?
Sigfredo, yeah.
Okay. And wouldn't it be good for you if the police investigation into the Prius led to the arrest of the killers/extortionists?
If they arrested the people who killed Dan?
Yeah.
I know the extortion would stop. As long as I kept my mouth shut, I'd be safe.
Right. So why are you trying to argue to her that, like, the car is not going to lead anywhere? They're not going to be able to do anything with the car.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed him.
Did you say on this recording, if they're a bad guy, there's two ways of dealing with it? Go ahead and contact the police. They'll contact him, the blackmailer, and arrange a setup. Take him down, and he'll proffer 10 years, and now tell us everything you know, or else you're going to serve 10 years in prison. Next thing you know, this person is singing. He's calling out your name. My parents are going to have to tell the story of what happened. Singing about what? About the extortion?
No, I think you're reading it wrong. I know the audible is bad.
What would
are those the words?
Yes, sir. What would the extortionist, and now I'm referring to the one that contacted your mother.
The Latin King extortion.
Well, they're both Latin kings, right?
The second extortion.
What would they have to sing about?
The second extortion would be singing and talking about the first extortion, where they learned their information from.
Who cares? That doesn't have anything to do with you.
Well, when they catch the first extortion, Katie's tied to them and I'm tied to Katie. They're going to come talk to us, and we're going to be in danger when we tell them what happened. So I was saying if they catch the second, they're going to turn in on the first, and that's the same thing I said yesterday.
You gave very precise instructions to Catherine Magbanua on what she was to say when she calls the phone number, right?
Yeah,
Did you do that?
Absolutely.
And then you say, quote, "You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. And he knows who you are. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it." Aren't you telling her that if Garcia can't handle this problem and kill whoever's behind this, you will have someone else do it?
You're reading it totally wrong.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
No, you're wrong.
When Dan Markel's murder was taking too long to happen, didn't you tell Catherine Magbanua that if she couldn't get it done, you would find someone else to do it?
No, I've never said that either.
And then you say in the recording, I'm back to Dolce now, yeah, and guess what? When the effing police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his effing driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. So you knew you'd be believed if you went to the police, right?
I didn't know I'd be believed, but I feared for my life.
And then you say, so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be fucking Nazi shit. Because this will be done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend, okay? I swear to God. What is Nazi shit?
That's an expression that Katie would use to describe someone that's going crazy. I think the Nazis were absolutely crazy people. So I'm saying I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on the guy that's trying to extort my mom for money. I'll pay someone to go threaten him and to scare him. I was not talking about killing anybody.
Well, you say the word kill. Yes?
No. Oh, when you're putting the words in my mouth, well, we can do that
sir.
sentence.
Do you say the word kill?
I'm talking about if Sigfredo's coming after you, he's such a dangerous guy, you'd have to kill him to stop him. That's the only thing you could do. Not talking about killing the extorter. I'm talking second extortion.
Okay.
I'm saying that if Sigfredo's coming after you, the only thing that you could do is you'd have to kill him to stop him. I'm not talking about killing anybody. I'm talking about that's the only way that you could stop Sigfredo from coming after you is you would have to kill him. And that's exactly what I said there. You're wrong. That's exactly what I said.
All right, thank you. Nazis kill, right? Isn't that like their primary objective?
No, I think Nazis are insane, crazy people.
That exterminate, right?
That kill, yes, but they're crazy. That was an expression she would use, and that's when I used it to her. But it's basically saying I'm going to have someone go crazy on this guy. I could have used the word crazy. I thought it was interchangeable.
Isn't what you're doing here in this portion of the tape feeling her out to make sure Garcia doesn't have any bad feelings toward you?
When I said it, yeah, I thought he could have been behind the second extortion. I think I've said that before.
And you go into like how your relationships didn't overlap, you never disrespected him, and you mentioned that you don't think that I assume you mean these other people, associates that have contacted your mom would want to mess with his connections, right? You remember?
You're talking about the copycat extortion.
Right. And then you ask if he's too far removed, or can he still make a call? Are you referring to Garcia in that?
Yeah, exactly.
So can Garcia make a call to try to figure out who this is?
Can Garcia help stop the second extortion? Someone's doing a piggyback extortion on the first. That's exactly what I said.
On the topic of conversation for Catherine Magbanua, don't you say, I look for things to do, I show you, that's the difference. You don't ask me for shit. You said all those things, right?
Absolutely, because that's proving what I've been saying all along, is that I didn't think she was part of this. So I was doing things to keep her happy from time to time. Ethan's birthday I brought up there. I gave.
Whoops, that was a mute button. We've got the transcript, Ryden. I'll show you in a sec. I don't know how much of the conversation it covers. It's only about 12 pages, 12 or 15 pages. But it's all written out.
Gave her $300. I helped her out with the car when her car was broken, for sure.
And then you say, listen, you giving somebody money is not an admission of any kind of guilt. Would paying the money have made her look guilty?
That's what she was saying to me.
Yeah, just remember to put the verbal clause of, what was it? These people don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about. But the name sounds familiar. So I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate. But don't contact these people again or they're going to the police. Oh, How to Avoid Incriminating Yourself by Charlie Adelson.
She said it's the police. And you can't pay the police. They're going to think you were part of a murder and they're going to arrest you.
But if it was an extortionist, it could have created a monster, right?
And if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed.
So when these
or you could
guys...
keep getting extorted.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed, or you could keep getting extorted.
But your main concern was that if we pay, this guy will think I'm an ATM machine, right? He'll keep coming back again and again and again. Don't you articulate that to Catherine Magbanua?
If it was an extorter, that was one of the concerns. The other concern was not paying him and getting killed.
But what you say is, well, I don't remember the quote exactly. The main concern, what I'm most worried about, is that they're going to keep coming back for more, right?
I don't remember using the word the main concern.
But what you don't say in here is like what you or your homies have been doing to me for 2 years.
Of course not. I don't want her to think I'm setting her up.
Why are you explaining extortion and how extortion works to Catherine Magbanua?
In there?
Yeah.
Because I know.
But she knows too, doesn't she?
So I repeat myself. I do that.
You also explain it to your mother how extortion works, and has known about it for 2 years too, right?
From what I told her, yeah. I'm reminding her.
Then you say, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. And if someone's messing with me, they're messing with you. It's one and the same, right?
Yes, I said that.
You're in this together, right?
We're both innocent.
You were very obviously relieved on the wire when you came to the conclusion that this was law enforcement. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure. Right in, we can put it on Discord.
Very relieved, yeah.
All right. And at that same time that on the wire you're expressing relief, or I should say, shortly after all the relief expressed on the wire, we've got the arrest of Catherine Magbanua, right?
No.
No. Okay. Would you agree that it goes relief on the wire, then arrest of Catherine Magbanua?
Do you want to give me dates? Because Kathy was arrested 6 months later.
Okay.
The wire
Can we
was in
agree
April,
that
she was
you were
arrested in
very
October.
relieved on the wire, and that 6 months later, Catherine Magbanua was arrested?
She was arrested 6 months later, correct?
And 6 months later, after you were completely relieved on the wire, you begin to exhibit these extreme behavior changes that we've heard about. And what is your explanation for that?
Because I thought I'd be falsely arrested.
Hi, Constance.
Did you encourage Catherine Magbanua to reconcile with Garcia? That's a yes or no.
Yes, for sure I did.
Was that a good decision for her or a good decision for you?
Neither.
You've heard your lawyer say that you talk a lot. Do you agree with that?
Then why would you suggest it? Was that a good decision for... Did you encourage Sigfredo and Katie to get back together? And was that a good idea for you or for her? Neither. Yeah, I just go around out handing bad advice. Handing out bad advice. Oh, man. Yeah. It's ridiculous. Like, he's so preoccupied with not letting Georgia kind of, push him off balance. So he struggles. He's trying to maintain this consistent demeanor that he says weird shit like that. Did you advise Katie to get back with Sigfredo? Yes. And was that a good thing for her or for you? Neither. It's just, no one talks like that. No one acts like that. No one goes around handing out advice that's bad for everybody.
Yes, I do.
And you talk a lot on the wire, right?
Yes, I do.
He's
Do
pulling
you agree
teeth.
you're not a direct person?
Oh, look,
Right.
Charlie's about to take a hit here. It's like going to say, however you want to describe my mannerisms, you're welcome to do so. Something like that. And then George is like, I'll do that in closing. I love that bit.
There's a lot of circular talking on the wire.
I mean, however you want to describe my mannerisms of talking, you're welcome to describe them.
I'll do that in closing. What I'm asking is, do you agree that you are like that?
I think at times I'm direct, for sure.
Do you have a way of saying things without really saying it?
No, I think I'm pretty direct with things.
Do you think you can talk your way out of this?
No, I don't. I'm not part of a murder.
Who are they going to believe, right? An oral surgeon or a gangster?
That's extorting me in my driveway and coming and threatening me?
You're untouchable, right?
No, I'm not part of this murder. Yeah,
There was a lot of talk about going to the police on the wire, which I think we've well established did not happen. But you've always gone to the police before, right?
I've had other things that I've gone to the police for, yeah.
You've gone to the police in reference to something to do with your child's mother? Yes or no?
Yes.
You've gone to the police when you were threatened to be blackmailed over something with a woman back in 2015? Remember that?
No, I didn't go to the police.
Did you send a letter from your lawyer indicating that describing her actions as an attempted shakedown and indicating that not only will Dr. Adelson never pay a settlement, he will undoubtedly prevail and seek attorney's fees against your client?
Right, that's a civil complaint, and somebody was making an unfounded civil complaint and threatening filing a lawsuit, and an attorney handled the civil complaint. The police were never notified. But it was a civil suit.
It was somebody trying to shake you down for money.
It was a unfounded claim from a civil suit to me and another dentist that it was involving.
It was a claim that potentially had criminal implications as well, wasn't it, Doctor?
For me?
Yes.
No. There was never a police investigation with that.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
I had a reporter almost kill my 10-week-old puppy dog that I was walking because I was going for a walk in the morning and he was stalking outside my house.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
He was more almost hit my dog too, but yeah.
Do your nephews deserve to know the whole truth about who killed their father?
Yeah, now they do.
Do Danny's parents deserve to know what happened to their son?
Absolutely.
And you say you knew. You now say you knew a big piece of what happened, right?
Yes.
Do you feel bad about not volunteering that to Danny's parents?
I feel a sense of relief that now I was able to tell everybody what finally happened.
Yesterday. Almost 10 years later, right?
Yeah.
And that's because you didn't just know a big piece of it. You were a big piece of it, weren't you, Doctor?
I was extorted and I knew a lot, yeah.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
So, let's have a look at this transcript. That's not the right one. Okay, date April 2016. Location Dulce Vida Restaurant, 1690 Collins Avenue. We'll have to have a look at that on Street Map. Transcribed by Yvonne Laflamme. Charlie Adelson. So what do you think? There's no way my mom's going to call this guy up. Because you've got to understand, he needs to know that it's going to go down one of two ways. Like, you're either fucking with me or you're fucking with the police. Pick which one. Magbanoa. 80 years, unintelligible, me. Can you even tell me? Charlie. He didn't threaten. He said, Tudu is incarcerated and I know your family. And he helped your family out. And I know you've been helping Katie out. Been helping Katie out? Your family's been helping. Your family has been helping Katie out. And his family needs some help now. And I was... hang on, I gotta... And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he says, like, well, maybe this will help explain it to you. Call me. And he handed it to her. He did not go through that trouble of finding her and putting that thing together and handing it to her without, and then he's just going to go away. He ain't going away. Magbanoa. I'm probably not going to read Magbanoa unless it's substantial, because a lot of it's unintelligible. Oh, here. Katie, I said I've spoken to you since number one. Listen, if it's the cops, I'll put it on Discord and you guys can all read it. Everybody join Discord and come and join Discord. You know. And number two, I don't want somebody fucking your mom. And like Charlie Adelson. Well, the problem is if you give into this, like if my mom meets him, it's like, oh yeah, okay, I'll meet you tomorrow in front of the something building, and he just drives. Fourth one. 1, 2, 3, 4. And he just drives up, and she hands him 5 G's. What the fuck do you think is going to happen next month? It's going to be, oh, he needs your help again. You know what I mean? And the thing is, if my parents were really guilty, they may think that they have a big fish on the line that's going to pay them monthly. And all they have to do is scare this little old lady. So Donna's the big fish on the line. Listen to this. I'd never heard this. And the thing is, if my parents were really guilty, they may think they have a big fish on the line that's going to pay them monthly. And all they have to do is scare this little old lady. And who is she going to go to? She's going to go to the cops. She's guilty as hell. Oh, you have to let them know that these people are not afraid of going to the cops. They've got nothing to hide, okay? So you're the one they reached out to, and they said, you need to say that they reached out to me because you mentioned my name. Why would you ever want to reach out, blah, blah, blah. That would have been more personal, the whole thing, blah, blah, blah. Charlie Adelson, I'm more afraid of the long term, like knock at the door and again and again and again. This is... This is... If it's a real number, I mean, the guy didn't have glasses or a hat. Can I tell you something else also? Yeah, what's shocking too is that so they could see who it is. Let me just put it this way. He's something, thinking he's blackmailing somebody. You're putting yourself out there to catch a mole. Because when you're blackmailing someone, someone's got a couple of options to either take care of you or, hey, okay, you're blackmailing somebody who had no problem possibly doing bad things. Blackmail someone who were banging their secretary. Okay, not blackmail. It's hard to read with the way Charlie talks, okay? I can actually read, but it's a transcript, so blackmail somebody over fucking, like, my office in the morning, and then I'm in Weston in the afternoon. I know, I'm going to do a special case for someone. But it's like, if you're going to blackmail someone that's cheating on their wife. Don't come, because the thing is, these are the big boys. Like, oh God, what is he talking about? What page are we on? 7. A couple more pages. Obviously, we don't have the whole thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No. Did I lose a page? If this is what it actually... Oh, we've read that. I think we're missing page 7. Well, then it's just the certified. I think that's all we've got for now. But let me have a look through the files, because I know we've got more of this somewhere. And we'll put it straight up on Discord and let you all know. We've got a documents section on Discord, which we should be putting everything in. So there's already some stuff up there, but I'll put this up tomorrow, the transcript, what I can get of it. Yeah, we'll be back on tomorrow, probably around the same time, 9 o'clock Eastern. Oh, we've still got... Do people still want to continue? It's hard to walk away. What time is it? 6:30-ish. Well, should we have a look at Charlie Adelson's sentencing? Who wanted his sentencing? Someone was asking for his sentencing. How long is it? Was it the sentencing or the verdict that they wanted? Right in shotgun. Do you remember if it was the sentencing or the verdict that someone was asking for? I forget who it was, and I think they might have gone now. The sentencing is going to be longer, I think. Maybe let's have a look at the... Well, actually, what are we doing? We're supposed to be doing Charlie Adelson's trial from scratch. Or maybe we don't need to rush on that now. We've got time. We've got time. We can go and do some other cases. That'll be nice. It'll be nice to get away from the Adelsons for a little while. Not permanently. I mean, we can still... We'll just mix it up. We'll do like maybe three shows a week on Adelsons and 4 shows a week on some other cases. That'll be better. Keep some variety going. There's a whole world of crime out there. Whole world. So maybe we should see his verdict. It's quick. Let's see. All right. Yeah, it's only 11 minutes. Let's watch that before we go.
Everyone but the foreperson can be seated. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you please could hand the verdict form to the bailiff.
They didn't give him his tie, you know. Jury was really quick to not deliberate, and Charlie, he was waiting in the cell, and the guards went back to get him, and he said, "Adelson, back to court." And he said, "Oh, they're done already. So if it's a verdict, could it be a hung jury?" And they're like, "No, it's a result." And they said, "Well, can I put a tie on?" And I think, you know, the jailers, the bailiffs, they're experienced to know that on a murder trial, if they come back in an hour, it's a guilty verdict, right? I think, has there ever been a super quick turnaround jury verdict where it was innocent? It just seems like if it were innocent, that's the thing that you have to go over once again, right? I mean, even if everyone's pretty clear, you'd want to double check. It must be really uncommon to get like an instant not guilty verdict. So Charlie was like, "Can I put my tie on in my cell?" And they're like, no, you're going to be wearing cuffs anyway, so, you know, and then, you know.
The verdict form is in its proper order. Madam Clerk, please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 2nd Judicial Circuit in and for Leon County, Florida, the State of Florida versus Charles Adelson, case number 2016 CF 3036B, verdict. Count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3 of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. So say we all this 6th day of November, 2023.
Does the defense wish for the court to poll the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Moore, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes.
Juror Brazos, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
It was.
Juror Gardner, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes.
Juror Strong, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Kraft, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Milne, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Hawley, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Thorne, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Brim, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Williams, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Douglas, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Platt, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, I'm going to give you one last brief instruction, and from here you will be discharged from your service. On behalf of the parties, the lawyers, and the people of the state of Florida, I want to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I'm also going to advise you of some special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors. No juror can be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room, except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain a private affair for as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. The lawyers and their representatives are not permitted to initiate any communication with you concerning the trial. However, you may speak to the lawyers or anyone else about the trial if you desire. You also have the right to refuse to speak with anyone. A request may come from those who are simply curious or from those who might seek to...
How is this a special privilege? I mean, it's like, you know, I can do that. I can not tell you what I had for lunch today, and there's nothing you can do.
Find fault with this decision. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. We give you our sincere thanks for the work that you have performed over this 2-week trial. You are discharged. Have a wonderful evening.
What now, Charlie? It's all gone downhill now, son. You're fucked, mush. No jet ski, no Asian chicks, no Skyline chili. And you're high risk, so we're going to have to keep you in confinement alone.
Everyone
for the
may
next
be seated.
30 years of your life.
Mr. Adelson, you are going to be remanded pending sentencing at this time.
But you know, Charlie Adelson still gets the opportunity to dream, you know, nighttime sleep dream. You can go anywhere you want with that. There could be some Asian chicks there. And you can't get arrested if they're underage, which he loves. Yeah, you could jet ski in a dream. Dan Markel can't dream at all. You know, the brain, you know, it doesn't function anymore. He's dead. So he's better off, really, isn't he?
Does the defense wish to have a pre-sentence investigation report prepared as to counts 2 and 3?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will order that the pre-sentence investigation be prepared by the Department of Corrections. I believe it will take possibly a month. I'm not sure if it will take longer than that. From there, will the parties be prepared to move into sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor. May I have a moment to confer with the family?
If they wish to make any impact statements tonight,
Yes, sir.
go ahead. Tracy doesn't mind.
I wonder how Phil's feeling right there, huh? Whole mixture of feelings, I bet. Relief, he said, didn't he? Crazy stuff.
Present victim impact tonight, but as you know, the family members have traveled a great distance, so we're hoping Your Honor will permit them to appear and make those statements by Zoom whenever we're reconvening for sentencing.
That will be permitted. Anyone who wishes to provide testimony for the sentencing portion may do so over Zoom. I believe this does not implicate any right of confrontation unless the defense has something to raise concerning that matter.
No, Your Honor.
Very well. We are in recess at this point. Oh, yes. We are going to wait until the jurors have vacated the courthouse, and from there, everyone will be dismissed.
Good job, Georgia. And Sarah. No go-karts. No nothing.
Go ahead and set a case management date as a status. This will ensure that we have the PSI in place. That will be on December 12th at 2:30 in the afternoon. If everything is prepared, we can go ahead and have the final disposition on that day as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
I guess that's pretty much it. What's going on here? I think it's just quiet. Yeah, I guess we'll wrap it up, folks. But we'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow. I think, I'm not sure what we're going to do tomorrow. I think we might go and have a look at an interrogation. Not an Adelson interrogation. How's that sound? It's a good one. It's quite an interesting one, and it's something I think we could tell the whole story in one episode. Just lock it down, It's going to be nice to get into some other stuff, I suggest you come back and have a look. I mean, why not? Why not? Why not? We'll be on from about maybe 8 or our normal slot of 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. But for today, thanks to everybody in the chat. Thank you to the super chatters, the super sticker givers, the super coffee go-getters, the bulletproof Metrix moderators, and everyone else as well. Really appreciate it, guys. And look at him there, Daniel Rashbaum. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Good night.